CEOs on the panel talking about it. One of them described the China threat as an existential threat to the industry. They consider, this is as big as it gets.
Out of Columbus and Charlotte, you're in all the interstate web out of the old Detroit, the stereotype that we have that's wrong. What's your scale of potential layoffs of the greater American auto industry? Can I dare say it's 100,000 bodies?
I think there's a lot of companies looking to bring back production. I mean, if you have U.S. operations, there's going to be some, and some of the supply chain will go from, one supplier telling me, we start in Mississippi with a part, goes to Mexico, ends up in a bigger part, ends up in Korea, becomes a car, and comes back to the U.S. And that's the reality of a lot of the budget car supply chain, especially economy cars. I think is some space that's really going to be more impacted than high-end vehicles, especially for American companies. Across the South, a lot of it too. Let's keep in mind, as you mentioned, South Carolina, for example, is a huge auto manufacturing state. In fact, by dollar value, the top exporters.
Do you see layoffs there in 2025?
I think I would be more looking towards Mexico, honestly, in that space. When I talk to a lot of these companies, some of them are saying hey, I'm turning away work. Because people were looking to reshore, and this was back in December, I had somebody, a transmission manufacturer, telling me they were turning away work because people were looking to reshore and were looking to shift as much production as they could within constraints. But he also said, look, I don't have the labor supply. All my skilled guys are over age 55.
So between now and then, when they can actually bring those jobs back to the U.S., who pays, in your view, for the tariffs? Because Ford says, yes, we can absorb it. It's going to cost us $2.5 billion to our bottom line. Apple says they can absorb it. Whirlpool's fine with it because their U.S.-bound stuff is actually made in the U.S. Just 3 companies, for example. Those are not your clients. These are the smaller businesses are your clients. How are they paying for this?
I mean, certainly I'll say the suppliers in Detroit were saying the OEMs were partly telling them tariffs are your problem. They were saying
we send the bill too, not me.
They were pushing back hard on price increases, pushing through, and they were saying look, if you want to come to us with price increases, we're gonna listen and have a conversation, but you better have done your homework on everything else you're doing to manage tariffs first, and all the adaptation you're doing to adjust to this. I think the automakers are pushing back on their suppliers, and those are our clients, certainly.
I got to get this in. You said something that's a time-bound sentence for all of our listeners and viewers. All of our skilled people are over 55, hanging like a lead weight over every conversation I have is politicians have tried now, we're going to employ Americans in manufacturing, and every E&Y is telling me, oh yeah? Is it a pipe dream that we can bring skilled sets back to America?
Yes.
I mean, I think it's
you
doable.
can
We've
definitely,
seen it in certain industries, but
like what?
You can.
I think chips are starting to come back. We do have a number.
We have the employment force to replicate Taiwan's semiconductor.
We're slowly getting there, but the reality is, no. I mean, the challenge is fundamentally, I think most of these manufacturers are saying in terms of labor force, they're worried about maintaining the current levels of production with the labor force. They say, we just can't get the 18, 19, 20-year-olds to come in here and learn.
This is such an important conversation, folks, arguably the theme of the decade, that we're going to have Ian White and we'll get him remote when he's in Charlotte or Columbus.
He comes to New York sometimes.
Excuse me, the Ohio State?
That's what my wife would say.
Okay.
I think there's 2 problems with the younger generation. You have one group, and this is broad brushing it, and there's more nuance, but let's just broad brush it for a second here to get a handle on what's going on. For the younger generation, you have 2 groups. One is too lazy to work, so it doesn't matter if you bring the manufacturing back. And then you have another group that's willing to do it. Well, there's 3 groups, let's say. There's one group that's too lazy, no matter if you bring the manufacturing back. There's another group that is supercharged to earn money and maybe even climb the ladder, the corporate ladder, and start at the bottom. And then you have a third group that doesn't want to get their hands dirty. They want to work, but they only want to do office work, or they only want to be a white collar worker, or they don't want to work in assembly, even if it's high level of manufacturing. But they just don't want to get their hands dirty. So there's these three groups, I would say, broad brush. Now, of course, you're going to have subdivisions of these groups, but too lazy, they don't want to work at all. Ones that don't want to get their hand dirty and they want just office work. And so they want to go to college. They want to go to college, and they don't really want to actually fabricate anything. And then you have ones that are wanting to learn the business and from the ground level. Now, what I noticed in automotive, I used to be an automotive engineer for a long time. All right, I designed cars, did interior trim design, body structure design. I've done a lot, tool and die. I know a lot about automotive. All right. So there's not too many New Yorkers out there that can design a race car and trade the oil market and tell you how to heal your body and your immune system. But with that said, all right, so what I saw in automotive, you had ones that wanted to really learn the business through CAD and CAM, computer-aided manufacturing, learn tool and die, learn about part design, learn about the manufacturing of different parts, plastic parts, metal parts, forging. They wanted to know it all right? That was the kind of person I was. There were many of us that fell into that category in Detroit, all right, back in the late 80s and the 90s, all right? Now, you also had a group that was coming only from college, and they would come out, they would have an engineering degree, they would get their engineering job, their first engineering job, and they had no idea how to make a car. They had no idea how really a tool is designed and how parts were really manufactured. So they wanted to just do program management. So there was this, I called them Lotus 1, 2, 3 engineers. There were two types of engineers back in my day when I was in automotive. The real engineers that designed, tested, fabricated, they actually made stuff, all right? And then as time went on, you just moved up the ladder and you became a program manager or a team leader or, a division head, whatever. So you just moved up the ladder. That was the type of person I was. Now, you had others that didn't know that. And so they just managed, they were like an engineer that just managed through a spreadsheet. They didn't know how to manufacture. They didn't know how to build tools. They didn't know how to design a part. They didn't know anything, So that's the problem that we have in let's say the semiconductor industry. You don't have enough people that are wanting to learn the business from the ground level, and then get the higher education and then move up the ladder. You have these people that just want the higher education and they want to be in managerial, not know the basics of the business. Big problem. So back in the day, it was Lotus 1, 2, 3. It wasn't Excel. So some people were using Lotus 1, 2, 3 so I called them the Lotus 1, 2, 3 engineers versus the ones that really knew how to manufacture. And sure as shit, those Lotus 1, 2, 3 engineers would always screw things up. Always. So this is the problem. You have the younger generation, right? That's too lazy for a certain cohort group. You have another group that wants to learn, but the jobs aren't there. And then you have another group that doesn't want to get their hands dirty and learn the business from the ground up. Okay. All right. So what we're doing is we're live streaming on Rumble. We're live streaming on YouTube. We're live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question, ask for the mic, and I'll, you can give me your opinion on the news that we're covering, or, I'll try to answer a question. Keep the questions based on the news that we're covering, so it just stays relevant. And also, if you have a question and you're listening through Rumble or YouTube, just type it in the chat, and I'll take a look at it, and hopefully I can answer your questions. But we're going to go over the news, and I'm also going to explain to you how to help with your health and wellness. All right? So it's a dual purpose with the show. Please help support my work by making sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All right? My name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, for the ones that don't know. Thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate it. So please follow me on my channels. 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I do live streams. I do get strikes on YouTube because of certain things I say, unfortunately. But you know, you can follow me live, and you can also follow me through watching my replays, my re-premieres on these different channels. Please help support my work by making sure you subscribe. You can subscribe to all those channels. The links are in the description of this video and all my videos. All right, so just take a look at the links in the description box of this video and all my videos, and please subscribe. I need your help. In addition, ask your social media to follow me so I can create more followers, so I can reach a larger audience to inform them how to navigate through the financial markets and how to improve their health and wellness, right? Something that I've been doing for decades, and you can learn a lot from me if you just pay attention. In addition, you can help support my work because all this stuff I do for free, all right, for you guys. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on the homepage, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I don't put anything behind a paywall. All the thousands of videos I have are for free. So please help support my work. And better yet, get the products that I offer. We'll talk about that a little bit later after the market opens. But if you stack these products that I have, like I do every day, you're going to help boost up your immune system. You're going to slow down the aging process, and you're going to have more vitality. And that means you're just going to be healthier. So I'll tell you how to do it in an inexpensive way so you can get healthy. I want you in 2025 to get healthy, all right? Everyone has been affected by the crisis of 2020, and there's ways to mitigate, all right? If you just pay attention to me, everything's going to be okay. Just like the market, if you just pay attention to me, everything's going to be okay. But if you listen to other people that saying that the sky is falling, guess what? You're going to miss out in terms of making money in the market. And if you don't pay attention to me and you pay attention to other people, most likely your immune system is not going to be at its highest level. All right? You want to pay attention to what I say, and you boost up that immune system. All right? I know what I'm talking about. All you got to do is just follow me. If you have knowledge about markets, then you'll realize that I know what I'm talking about. If you have knowledge about medicine, you'll realize what I'm saying makes a lot of sense. All right? But if you don't, just follow my lead. This is stuff that I do on a daily basis. So if you just learn from others and they're successful in accomplishing their goals, then you will too. It's that simple. Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg for the open.
Don, this is the right way to construct a portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Here's asset allocation. Don't make decisions in times of crisis. You have this great anecdote about flying on an airplane is like the worst time to actually read the card.
Well, when the engine flames out at 30,000 feet,
do it ahead
probably
of time. Right. Do it ahead of time. Were people calling you over the last month as the markets were going down, asking you to make changes to their portfolio? Were your clients doing that?
So the secret to so much of investment management and wealth planning is being proactive and reaching out to people from the day they set up their account to anytime things are really well. Doing really well is an opportunity to warn people this too shall pass. So I do a quarterly call for clients 4 times a year. And in January, we said, hey, back-to-back plus 25% yields. What does that mean historically? What does the data say? Well, it's such a rarity that there was just too few examples, so we had to go back-to-back 20% years. And you get a range like minus 11% to plus 12%, but around the middle is about plus 5-6%. Is where the median is. And in January, I said to clients, look, we've gotten 5 or 6 years worth of gains in 24 months. So the best thing I could tell you is lower your expectations going forward. Hey, if we get the median, if we get 5 or 6% this year, I'm thrilled to death. And that wasn't me forecasting tariff chaos. It's just, here's what follows plus 25% years.
You know, Barry, and I've said this before all this media stuff started, folks, you got Warren Buffett's annual report and you read it cover to cover. It was simple, no razzle dazzle, no internet, no nothing. It was a work. What did you learn from reading the Warren Buffett annual reports?
So
like we used to grind through.
I find Warren not only endlessly informative and entertaining, but he's the conscience of capitalism, and capitalism left to its own devices.
He's also an insider trader that never got caught.
To me is the biggest takeaway. I think many people take the exact wrong lessons from
okay, let me give you my take on the market open here. Okay, so in oil, we have 59. It was trading at 59. Just so we're below $60 a barrel. So it's going up. And if you look at some of the long leveraged ETFs for oil, they are going up too, like Gush. Natural gas is trading at 3.595. And we also have the UCO, which is a long ETF for oil at 19.79. Bitcoin ETF BITO is trading at 19.77. The Euro USD is trading at 1.13. The Japanese yen is trading at 142 relative to the USD. We have the oil trading at 59.12. VIX is trading at 24.65, and the S&P 500 is trading at 5,602. It's down 47 points right now.
And Michael Jordan on Gatorade.
Sure. So be like Mike. The commercial blows up. Jordan starts a $1 billion endorsement run. Gatorade becomes this great bestseller. And, be like Mike. What do you mean? You're going to win the NBA championship 6 times and be MVP? I lost count how many times? You can't be like Mike. Oh, okay, you could drink the same energy drink he does, but that's as far as it goes. You're not going to be Jim Simons. You're not going to garner 40% returns a year for 3 decades. These humans are aliens. They're unicorns. They're literally 1 in a billion. But you can listen to what Warren Buffett advises you. You're never going to be given as much space that his investors gave him. You're never going to find a perfectly complementary partner like Charlie Munger, et cetera, et cetera. But you can listen to the 3 big tenets that Buffett has repeated over and over again.
We will do that. We'll do that because of time. I got to get to this. But to me, Barry, it's hugely asymmetric. It's learning from these people what to avoid.
Well, that's the book.
Worst practices.
Right. How not to invest.
I'm trying to segue back to your book.
But I want to stick with Buffett for just 1 second because he said 3 things. And if you follow this advice, you're going to make money. Bet on America, manage your own behavior, have as a core of your portfolio a broad index, and then whatever you want to do around that, knock yourself out.
Nobody cares. All we care about is you're going to be at Madison Square Garden. Did you think the Canucks could beat the Celtics like they did the other night?
I watched up until time down 20, and I gave it up. I walked away. I missed it. I watched the highlights later that night. Like, how did that happen? Down 20?
In your experience, can the Celtics recover? What do they do? Go out and practice 3 throws?
I mean, mean reversion is a cruel mistress, and the Celtics, who have put up fantastic numbers all year, are not going to shoot 35%, even as they out-rebound the Knicks. The Knicks, listen, I'm so impressed with the team. They're a really tough opponent. The Knicks don't have a great interior defense. They feel perennially like they're one player away.
I want to go back to the book, Tom.
We're out of time.
I know. I just want to. I don't want to give anyone the wrong idea.
What, are the only one on the planet that read the thing?
I love the book. I even bought a copy for a friend of mine
Oh,
who exhibited very bad behavior when markets were crashing in April. And I said, you need to not do this. Read this book and then make decisions.
I'm doing a follow-up to the chapter with Colin Camarera from Caltech, who is done a study and found that people who are a little somewhere on the spectrum, and we work with all of these folks in finance, outperform neurotypicals
Right.
because they don't have that panicked emotional reaction. I personally love a good market crash. Wait, I could buy all this on sale. Fantastic.
I'll really get Barry back to continue on this. The book is hugely successful. There's no question.
All right,
about
let's
that.
go to
And
let's
really
go
sort of
to.
especially in
I want to
crisis,
play a video
which
from.
is always.
I want to play a video from Fox Business here.
And the stagflation dilemma, that is a real possibility. I'm gonna bring it out. Former Atlanta Fed President George. All right, so the FOMC meets this week, and conventional wisdom is there will be no change in the rate, policy rate. It will, though, be interesting to learn the latest thoughts on the economy and maybe hints of the next policy move will be. My next guest says that the stagflation dilemma, that is a real possibility. I'm gonna bring it out. Former Atlanta Fed President Georgia Tech, distinguished professor Dennis Lockhart. Dennis, so the stock market lurks near free fall last time Jay Powell spoke, and this was sort of one of the things that he said toward the end.
Literally.
And part of this, he says,
Literally, I'm not joking about this. I knew a colleague in finance that used to work with this guy before he went to the Federal Reserve, and I think so it's a small world. Sometimes you bump into people, you work with people, and you're only 2 degrees of separation from these Federal Reserve Federal Reserve heads, especially if you work in finance in New York.
Ourselves in a challenging scenario where our dual mandate goals are in tension. And I bring that up because, it's one of these things that it feels like a lot of people always say, this is the only central bank in the world with this sort of dual mandate, and how do they handle it, particularly in this environment? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Jay Powell in the quote that you have on the screen indicated how they're going to handle it, and they can't give an answer today. It depends on the relative severity of the deviation from goal or target of the employment side versus the inflation side. We can't really know yet whether inflation is going to be worse than employment, or layoffs and unemployment is going to be worse than the inflation picture. He's saying that they'll make that judgment at the time, and it will depend on severity, the time to return to a reasonable target, all of those considerations.
In 1987, Arthur Burns published a piece that was titled The Anguish of Central Banking, and many of the issues that he talked about, I think, are relevant now. In fact, the Federal Reserve sort of a paradox, and yet despite their antipathy for inflation and the powerful weapons they could wield against it, central bankers have failed so utterly in this mission in recent years. In this paradox lies the anguish of central banking. Now, of course, the 70s were tough, but when the Federal Reserve was created in 1913, it was created with the promise that we would no longer have these boom and bust cycles, that inflation would never necessarily get out of control. So what do you make of the Fed's role in our economy? And is there anything that can be done to maybe help it live up to some of the initial hype?
Well, the Fed's role and the tools the Fed has are important, but they're not decisive. We've seen in recent years supply shock that came out of a pandemic. That's not something a central bank can either easily anticipate nor do much about, except react in the moment to try to ease financial conditions. But when you get very, very unusual economic developments like a pandemic, for example, the Fed's tools are limited. The Fed's tools really affect overall demand in the economy. And it's, when you get something that's related to supply, which we may be seeing
Right.
in the coming weeks, the Fed just can't solve every problem.
So let me ask you, because he also talked about the benign neglect, and of course the current account deficit, benign neglect, and again, the value of the dollar, protecting the value of the dollar, or maybe that's what they do. This question of current account deficit, it feels really prominent right now with what's happening in Washington, D.C. Now, there's some smart guys I know. Bob Elliott put out a piece like a week or two ago saying that the current account deficit, which began in the 90s, the flow of foreign capital in the U.S. has allowed consumption to outpace production for nearly 4 decades. I guess that sounds good until you need to produce something. And then Colin Roche, another really brilliant guy, says about current account deficit that it's the reason why the U.S. stock market is now 60% of the global stock market, and we become the wealthiest nation in history. And here's my problem, Dennis, with that. We are the wealthiest nation in history, but the way it's distributed is we don't feel wealthy, the people who live here. Last week, McDonald's reported their earnings, and the CEO said that traffic for the entire industry for low-income consumers were down nearly double digits, and the same for the middle class. And the only people that held tough were higher-end folks. So when a country, only rich people can buy a Big Mac, is there something wrong here?
Well, there's a lot. You've covered a lot there. Let me start with trade deficits. In my opinion, Charles, a big trade deficit is an imbalance, but it's not nearly as serious a matter as, for example, a budget deficit that then contributes to the debt of the country. The resolution of a trade deficit may not happen soon or ever, as long as, in our case, as long as the U.S. dollar is the global currency and is accepted around the world. So I just don't view it as a serious imbalance, or at least not as serious as fiscal imbalances. You point to distributional questions in our economy. They've been with us for years. They continue to be problems. We have a very wide distribution from very low income, poverty-stricken people to billionaires. That's to some extent the product of our capitalist system. Yes, it's a problem. The Federal Reserve cannot really do much about distribution. The Federal Reserve can try to manage the overall pie, but how that pie is distributed really is much more of a fiscal and administration matter than it is a central bank matter.
All right. I got 30 seconds. Let me just ask. I saw your note about the tariff and ultimately the tariff levels are. I'm just going to spitball 10% for the world, 50% for China. What would that mean for the economy?
I think that'd be a very serious matter. I hope the outcome is much, much better than that. There's a lot of soft data and discussion going on, and I'll feed off of that to some extent. But some of what I'm hearing now is that in mid-June, we're going to see an inventory cliff, particularly related to products that come or have come in the past from China. That inventory cliff could produce the bankruptcy of small businesses that depend heavily on Chinese goods. This is not necessarily a good thing.
Right.
Certainly not in the short term.
Right.
I'm hoping for a resolution, a de-escalation that brings the tariff levels down to historic levels, which is much below even 10%.
Yeah, that would be phenomenal. I think everyone would applaud that.
All right, so the S&P 500 is trading at 5,610, and VIX is trading at 24.5. So we are down by about 38 points at the moment. And oil is trading at 59.2 a barrel for WTI. And BITO, which is the ETF long for Bitcoin, is trading at 19.83. I believe Bitcoin is trading at 93,000 plus. Please help support the work that I do by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I do all this stuff for free to teach you where to place certain positions in the market. I give you intel, specific intel on where the support levels and resistance levels are. And I also tell you how to improve your health based on what I have done and have learned over the years and through my research that I have done in the sciences. So please help support my work by going to my store and getting the products and sharing the links and helping support the work. I greatly appreciate the viewership. So a great product that I have that I use every day is the structural nanosilver soaps. It has structural nanosilver in it, and I have 4 different varieties. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, in lavender, in peppermint, or in lemongrass. So please go to my store, get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount, and the number 5. You can apply that to any order, and that will help to defer the costs, especially for shipping. So please help support my work by getting the products that I have. If you purchase $150 or more on my store, then you get a free gift until supplies last. I want to get these very high quality products that I use every day into your hands so you improve your health. If you use the proper products, then you're improving your immune system, you're improving your endocrine system. If you use that garbage that you're buying at the grocery store, especially from Procter & Gamble, most likely you are using things that have chemicals in it that affect your immune system and your endocrine system. You don't want to do that. You want to detoxify your body. You want to use stuff that's healthy for you. So please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver soaps. Get a few bars for your household and help support my work and help support your health and wellness. All right, we're going to go back to Bloomberg.
In Hawaii, Scottsdale. Let's go to Scottsdale for 3 days and come up with target benefit funding.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, on and on and on.
Yeah.
What's away from the marketing concept that makes high conviction work for people inured to index funds?
Yeah, get beyond the marketing. The reality has been documented for decades in academic circles that the only reliable source of outperformance is investment managers' highest conviction views. But that's not
Strongly support that.
Yeah, and that's not what you're getting.
So what do? Own more Apple? Leverage Apple?
Well, and not leverage Apple, but look at where quality managers agree on in certain areas of their high conviction.
So what's your count on that large cap growth? You're down to 12 stocks?
No, generally 40 to 50 stocks is what you deliver. Yeah, 40 to 50 stocks across multiple managers and their consensus.
Can you come back and talk about this?
Absolutely.
You have no idea how many meetings over the years I've been thrown out on marketing concepts.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
to this day, I target benefit. I mean, that's a pension fan phrase. You know, the lifestyle target marketing thing.
Yeah.
Wait, Rob Nestor, this was death for Rob Nestor. How about triple leveraged NVIDIA? What do you think?
You want to stay away from that.
He's piling in right now. Video is Rob Nestor. Don't be a stranger. This is beautiful. Turing technology. Can't say enough about the controversy over this, folks. For Global Wall Street, we thank you for listening and your commute.
All right, I'm going to pivot over to MSNBC talking about cargo is extremely light. Chinese imports plunge at Port of Los Angeles due to tariffs. So let's listen in on that. Now, the host of this MSNBC used to actually work for Bloomberg. She was kicked out of Bloomberg. She's kind of a know-it-all, but all right, go ahead.
The Port of Los Angeles has warned that shipping volume from China will plummet this week. He joins me now to discuss. Gene Soroka and Justin Wolfers is here, a professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan. Gene, tell us what you've seen so far, because I know you've already said that a number of major American retailers, the big guys, have stopped shipments from China altogether.
Good evening, Steph. What we're seeing is that about 20% of the normally scheduled vessel arrivals for the month of May have been canceled. This week in particular, the cargo is extremely light, about 35% lower than the same time last year.
So for your average person who's saying cargo ships, how does that affect me? What is that?
All right, so my take on this, looking at it from an oil perspective, is that this may show that there is going to be a slowdown in economic activity because goods aren't available. Now, if that's the case, then this is probably going to be part of that demand variable that we were talking about with oil. The supply issue with OPEC Plus, putting more barrels of oil on the market, suppresses the price. But if demand also drops for oil because of economic activity, potential recession, then oil prices will continue to fall and potentially go below that support level, which is that $55, $54 a barrel. All right, it may even go into the 40 range. So understanding the flow of goods coming in to the United States could be an indicator of a slowdown in economic activity. Now, another way to take a look at this is that with less goods available, if certain goods are absolute necessities, so the demand elasticity is not flexible, then it may cause price shocks, all right, inflation. But not all goods that are coming into the United States you really need. So, but there's a potentiality of less economic activity.
To mean when they go to their small store in their hometown or a big box store next week or the week after?
Well, from the last segment, you hit it on the nail on the head, Steph. We've got about 125,000 importing companies that call the Port of Los Angeles home every year. No one has more than a 5% share. So it's the small to medium-sized folks that didn't have the opportunity to stock up on inventory before this day of tariffs hit. Now they're in the middle of the crosshair saying, either I buy at these exorbitant prices, 2.5 times more what they were just last month, and I can't pass on that cost to keep up with the big guys. So we'll likely see about 4 to 6 more weeks of normal inventory levels, then some spot shortages. You may not be able to find exactly what you want, where you want it.
Justin, weigh in here, because we're 4 to 6 weeks away from seeing real impact. These small businesses, they can't call the White House. They have no lobbying ability, and they certainly didn't have the money to load up on inventory the way a big box store could. And we know from the big box stores, they're already predicting pain.
Yeah, let me take June's story and add a little bit more economics to it, which is we know that there's less stuff coming in. That's what June just told us. We're not making more stuff, so therefore there's going to be less supply. Look, there's 3 ways this can resolve. I think a lot of people have been very quick to jump to the everything's going to be sold out, there'll be nothing left on the shelves story. That's one possibility, but it's not the only one. Another possibility, of course, is the reason that they're not ordering this stuff is they realize they're going to have to jack up their prices, and they'll jack them up so high that not many people are going to want to buy stuff. So it could be we've got a big adverse price shock coming, and you're going to get some sticker shock coming right at you. The third possibility, of course, is that the president may well plunge the economy into recession. If we're at a point where we've got too much demand and not enough supply, well, the recession will wipe out all the demand, and maybe there will be enough stuff on the shelves, but it'll be there because mums and dads can't afford to buy it.
Gene, from your perspective, is there anything that could turn this around in the short term?
It's amazing that an economist from Michigan, I was born and raised in Michigan, and guess what? It's possible that people may actually stop being consumers and start being producers. They may actually see, the market looks like it's an opportunity to buy and not buy goods and services that you don't really need. And you just invest into your future by investing in a lower stock price. So we're actually deciding to curtail our demand for goods and services now for more potential income later to use for goods and services in the future. We're switching our mindset. And that is meaning that you're investing in the economy. And you have this economist that just wants to focus on this idea that you're just a consumer. Something's changing in the United States. You know, stop the bread and circus. If you really think that wealthy people are plugged into the bread and circus, you think wealthy people really focus so much of their attention on bread and circus? You think wealthy people really spend so much time on TikTok or on X or on social media? You think really wealthy people do that? That just constantly? Well, you got Elon Musk that does it, but he owns the damn company. But that's a different case. But the thing is that most wealthy people are so busy with trying to grow their business and doing their marketing or reaching out to investors or, you know, living their life, they don't do bread and circus. But consumers do. Switch your mindset. Will you be a Warren Buffett later in life? Hopefully you will, but most likely you won't. But you can learn from the behaviors of people that are very wealthy. And those, one common theme is they don't waste their fucking time on bread and circus. So stop being a consumer. Focus on your health. Why? Because you don't want to have problems in your geriatric years. Focus on your health. Why? So you have more vitality with the quality, with a higher quality of life. Focus on your health. Why? So you don't have to be plugged into being a consumer of pharmacopoeia, being a consumer of all these pharmaceuticals because you have high blood pressure and diabetes and yada yada. You spend all of your life on bread and circus, you don't take care of your health, and all of a sudden now you start having to be on medication. I've seen tons of patients that are like this, right? I've seen tons of people that don't pay attention to the big picture. What I call focusing on the ball, not on the playing field. They focus on everything else but the actual ball. If you don't take care of your health, no one will. Oh, I'll just, if you think you know better, guess what? Your health starts to decline and you go to the doctor and all of a sudden, you have to be on all this medication. Then it costs you money. One of the biggest problems that we have in the United States is the cost of healthcare. You know why we have such a high cost of healthcare? There are many reasons, but one big one is that there's too many people that are focused on bread and circus and they don't take care of their health. And eventually they have chronic diseases that were totally preventable. In most cases, diabetes is preventable in the United States. In most cases, cardiovascular disease is preventable in the United States. Those are two huge costs in healthcare. So because of the bread and circus, our healthcare costs go up because there's so many people that need it, that need to plug into the healthcare system to be treated for stuff that was preventable. And so your insurance just keeps on jacking up and up and up and up because you got neighbors that are on the bread and circus and not taking care of their health. So going back to the economy and this professor from U of M, this economist, pay attention to Dr. Paul Cottrell, all right? It's really important. Don't focus on the bread and circus. Focus on yourself. If you focus on yourself, your health will improve, and you're not wasting your money making Tim Cook a billionaire. Tim Cook runs Apple. He didn't start Apple, but he's a billionaire. You know how? Because of stock options. Why? Because you keep on buying $1,000 fucking phone. What if you spent all that money that you spent for Apple in the stock market and you invested prudently? You'd be better off.
And getting together with trading nations and crafting these framework deals that the administration is talking about? No, I don't see any change. On the export side, the American farmer is getting hammered. Here in California's Central Valley, whether it's almonds, walnut handlers, they're not selling. And just in the month of March, Steph, Brazil sold more soybeans to China than ever in their history. Lower trade barriers and favorable exchange rates.
So what is it like for freight business? What is it like for people in the cargo business? People who are at the Port of Los Angeles day in and day out over the last 3 weeks. Tell me what their experience is like.
If you're a trucker that's been hauling 4 or 5 containers per day, starting this week, you'll likely be hauling 2 or 3 loads. The dock workers who've been getting overtime and running back-to-back shifts will likely work less than a traditional work week. Warehouses, same way, not as much staff is going to be needed. Again, in the interim, as we see out now several weeks, and volume dropping precipitously and fast.
All righty. Just follow my lead and you will be fine. You don't follow my lead and you're going to be a typical American. All right. All right. Let's talk about the allergy season. All right. We are in the United States. We are in the allergy season, and you want to mitigate irritations in your throat, because if you don't mitigate, what will happen is that irritation will further cause inflammation and will weaken your immune system, and therefore you start to have problems. And when you start to have problems and you start to have upper respiratory issues or whatever, then you know what? It takes a while for your body to heal. Now, this is a fact. If you have let's say a minor cold that lasts for 5 or 7 days, just minor, it takes 2 weeks to heal. That's just minor. Now, what happens if you have chronic issues like bronchitis, or you have a deeper pulmonary infection, all right, or pneumonia? It takes weeks to heal, even after antibiotics being issued. All right, so because there's damage that takes place in your tissues, and it takes time to remodel. So if it's taking time to remodel, so if you're sick for a week and it's taking 2 or 3 weeks to remodel, and you get sick or have allergies that are very problematic for you 3 times a year, you're talking about almost a quarter of your year, almost 25% of your year, 20 to 25% of your year is either sick or healing due to your sickness. Well, if you do that every year, for every 4 years, you lose 1 year of healing. This is the reason why people age. This is one big reason. Chronic illness causes the acceleration of age. If you mitigate it right away, your body is more able to mitigate the problem and heal quicker. But if it's chronic, you can't heal and you age faster. All right, so during the cold season or during the allergy season, or even due to poor air quality, let me repeat, due to poor air quality in your environment, you need to take the lozenges and the drops that I have to mitigate the irritant that you breathe in, right, either through your nostrils or through your mouth. And what will happen is by taking the lozenges or the drops, you're creating the secretions to be able to neutralize that irritant. And that way you're protecting your epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. When you do that, you're boosting up your innate immune system. Really simple concept. If you don't do that and it festers, then guess what? Your body has to remodel the damaged tissue. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. During the allergy season or even poor air quality, the moment you start feeling that irritation in your throat, make sure that you get the lozenges or the drops. Now, I have in stock the elderberry zinc lozenges. You can get 21 in each bag. So those are the larger ones, and then the smaller ones are the drops. And the drops are honey and lemon. You can get it in cherry and also in blueberry. And you get 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Have them at work, have them at home. You never know when you need them. But the moment you have that irritation, make sure that you use them right away. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. My dog is very upset because they're cleaning they're cleaning the windows of the building that I'm in. So the window cleaner the dog doesn't like. But please help support my work by getting the lozenges and the drops and mitigate that problem right away. That means during the cold season and during those periods of time in your environment where you have poor air quality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, with that said, let's go to Al Jazeera. They're talking about Israel began carrying out strikes in Yemen on Monday.
They have been hit, as we were saying earlier, because they wanted to exert more pressure on the state through the population. But I think it's a pure criminal vandalism, to be honest. And they know, the Israelis, that this is the case. To go after electricity, the airport, everyone knows that this is a very limited operational airport. It's already under layers of scrutiny and sanctions and so on. Only a couple of flights a week, and they only head to either Muscat or Amman, and both airports being selected because they get searched very, very carefully, everyone who boards these planes, and they're really limited to people who are seeking health assistance abroad, traveling out of the country on trade or whatever, and a lot of aid workers who use these flights. So there is no strategic, and there is none of this sort of, the Iranians use the airport to supply and so on. It's total nonsense. The port is a different story. The port is entirely, most of the humanitarian assistance is coming from the port in Hodeidah, and this is part of a deal that was reached in Sweden a couple of years ago. That, I think, will be disrupted hugely now. Some factions within Yemen, I think, would like to see Aden brought in its place and rehabilitated and used as the fundamental port for Yemen. The Saudis are against that position. The majority of the Yemenis in the north are against that position. So it's not really clear why Israel will do this. The only explanation, I think, is that they have been given some restrictions by the United States, which the US has done when they hit, if you recall, when they retaliated to Iranian attack. The Americans made it very clear, no nuclear facility to be touched, partly because of the pollution it can cause to the Gulf region, and they didn't want it to be part of the issues between the Iranians and the Americans. And also the Chinese drew a red line under the petrol installations and the export ports of oil to China. Anything else, you can go and look for targets. And I think in Yemen, they must have drawn a line under civilian casualties with large number. Neither the Americans nor the Israelis can afford to see what we are seeing in Gaza being repeated in Yemen. But in Yemen, it is of direct effect on the Gulf states. So much more direct effect impact on Saudi Arabia and on the United States' relationship with the region. So I think a lot of thinking must have gone behind the selection of those targets so that they have maximum impact in terms of pressure and minimum impact in terms of casualties and upsetting the neighbors within the region.
Gentlemen, for now, thank you very much indeed, Sultan Barakat. Ali Hashim, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mohammed Al-Atab is in Sana'a. He's got the latest on the attack.
Israeli fighter jets have carried out a series of aerial bombardments. We are talking about bombarding the Sana'a International Airport and closer to the place I am here. It has bombarded the power station of Dahban. Also, it has bombarded another power station which is to the south of the capital Sana'a, which is called Hazia's power station. Also, they have bombarded also another electric power station to the west of the capital Sana'a, which is in Asr. We have witnessed several aerial bombardments in the capital Sana'a. People there describe them as the Israeli fighter jets have used powerful bombs. Some people or observers say that they try to show also to showcase their military power in the capital Sana'a, but so far they have bombarded civilian infrastructure. We are talking about the Sana'a International Airport, which has been under an aerial siege from the previous wars. So only two flights a week, and also two destinations that the flights could go, because it has been imposed with the aerial siege through the different previous wars. So Yemen has witnessed this new escalation by the Israeli fighter jets, which they say it's a retaliation to the Ansarallah's launching a ballistic missile, a hypersonic ballistic missile, which has had a place near the Ben Gurion airport. So far, we are witnessing an escalation by both sides. Now the Houthis are threatening to expand their military targets and their bank of goals or attacks in Israel, deep inside Israel. Now we could witness what we have.
Now, as these strikes are happening, oil is going up. It's at $59.57 a barrel for WTI. And the equity market is still trading at 5,608.93. So the S&P 500 is down about 41 points. So the equities are still stable right now, but oil is going up.
The civilians could from both sides could witness or undergo the hardship of these escalations. So the safer way, some observers say, is putting an end to the Israeli war in Gaza and lifting its blockade, according to some observers.
Okay, let's return to the situation in Yemen. The Israeli military's targeted Sana'a International Airport. Nevin Rappaport is an editor and writer at The Local Call, an Israeli news site, who's joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much indeed for being with us again. Now, we understand that these attacks have been carried out in conjunction with the United States. Do you think that the United States will have placed any sort of restrictions on the extent to which Israel is able to attack Yemen?
I think, yes, it's quite probable. As for years, the US has led the attacks on Yemen, and generally speaking, it is more, and Israel has sort of delegated the responsibility of the attack in Yemen to the US. So therefore, it's very reasonable that Israel will coordinate with the US. I think, yes, also the US is in a very delicate situation now. There is the talks with Iran. President Trump is coming to the area in 10 days. Less than 10 days. He's coming to Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the Emirates. So I think the US will not want to see an escalation that goes out of control in this time.
Do you think that the Netanyahu coalition is in a position or has a willingness to listen to those kind of restrictions from the US, given the actions that we've seen it take in, for example, Gaza and in Lebanon, despite calls for restraint, not from just obviously from the Trump administration, but from the previous Biden administration as well?
I think Yemen is here different. In Israel, Gaza is considered in Israel a completely internal issue that Israel has the right to decide on its own what it wants to do with Gaza, and it is ready, as it did with the Biden administration, to not a very great extent, but still to go into friction.
Okay, so again, we have the U.S. military operations that are happening with the Houthis. This response from Israel is due to the hypersonic missile strike that took place just recently at the Tel Aviv airport. Oil does seem to be going up a little bit on this news. So 59.57, so $59.57 a barrel for WTI. Brent crude is trading at probably around 62. Let's see. Brent crude is trading at about 62.36. So we do have a little bit of an elevation in oil price, but again, a lot of supply is coming on the market from Saudi Arabia, so it's going to be probably short-lived. What we're going to do is pivot back to Bloomberg. The 10-year yield is up a little bit by 0.0156. It's trading at 4.35%.
Well, going into the summer months.
Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at the Milken Conference touted the U.S. as the, quote, premier destination for global capital. We've seen a lot of volatility in the Treasury market. We saw some folks were saying some international selling. What's your market telling us about, I guess, international investors' appetite for U.S. Treasuries?
Yeah. What's interesting, everyone keeps on saying, like, what happens if international investors kind of stop buying? The international investors that in the financial markets, as opposed to like the real economy, the Secretary Bessent was talking about people bringing capital over here to build factories and the like. But when it comes to portfolio flows, it's really been private investors that have been big buyers, and that's where some of these trade flows and some of the angst around all of the tariffs is really showing itself. So we have, I've talked to a number of overseas investors, and they're like, look, we're just slowing down our purchases, but there's economic reasons that they want to buy treasuries, and that's because if certain investors buy treasuries and then hedge back their currency risk, they can still make more money buying treasuries than they can their local government bonds. And I think that until that situation changes and shifts, there's still going to be at least some incremental demand for treasury securities as long as it's economically beneficial to the investor.
All right. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence, U.S. Chief Interest Rate Strategist. We have some breaking news for you. German lawmakers apparently back conservative leader Merz as Chancellor. Chancellor. Look at that C. This is the second Bundestag vote, and this is backing the CDU and the CSU. It was very confusing overnight when Merz failed to win that first Bundestag vote. I didn't really understand how that works in terms of politics in Germany. Like, you elect a party, but then the Bundestag actually has to elect a chancellor.
Right. And the outcome was, I guess, shocking to those who follow this stuff, simply because it was generally seen as a pro forma type
Transportation
of vote.
Security Administration is responsible
since
for
the end of World War II where the chancellor was not approved on the first vote. So, that's we'll have to see how that plays out over the coming days and weeks. But now we do have German Parliament backs conservative leader Merz as chancellor.
And again, that was really important because we need to know how much the budget was going to increase in terms of defense spending. Defense stocks had gotten hit earlier in the day. Just taking a look at what's happening over in the German market, and you're seeing the long end of the bonds rise by about 4 basis points. That front end is pretty much flat. Ross Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe and the Middle East and Africa.
So we're going to go to Fox.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9.
Welcome back, America. Well, it's really the first 100 days of the Trump administration. Who better to comment on this than our friend Newt Gingrich? Newt, I'll just make this one observation. It's been 100 days. You know, it hasn't been 4 years. And he's been the president extraordinarily busy. He's looking under every rock. He's doing a lot of things that no president has ever done. He's attacked for doing that. And then he's attacked. Well, but he didn't do this, and he didn't do that, and he didn't accomplish this. What do you make of the first 100 days and his critics?
Well, I think you have to, not just his critics, they're his opponents. They oppose everything he's doing. They lie about it. The recent polls in the major left-wing publications, they're all lies. They use totally false models that underrepresent Republicans by as much as 16 to 20%. And guess what? If you skip the Republicans, you can get a pretty good poll against Donald Trump. But when you add the Republicans back in, you got a pretty good poll for Donald Trump. So places like Rasmussen or Matt Towery and the poll he does, all those polls, people will actually go out and get an accurate measure, find that Trump is in pretty good shape. Despite all the challenges, despite all the attacks, he's doing fine. People who want to lie about it, and then we need to get used to the word lie. The left lies. They're lying about Medicaid, where Republicans are actually increasing it, not cutting it. They're lying about what Trump is doing. They're lying about the power of district courts. You just go down a whole list. And they're doing, but they're doing it, they're not critics. These are his opponents. They represent a totally different America. They are terrified because for the first time since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 90 years ago, think about that. For the first time in 9 decades, we have a president who is profoundly changing the establishment, taking on the old order, creating a new system. We've only seen this 5 times in American history. Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, Roosevelt, and now Trump. And it's truly historic, and frankly, I'm sort of amazed at it.
It is historic, and that's why they're trying to block him every way they can. That's why we have a judiciary that is more despotic than ever. And that's why we have a Justice Jackson coming out and making an outrageous statement. Really, in my view, in violation of judicial ethics. It's so left-wing and so obviously ignorant and false that they will do anything humanly possible to stop Donald Trump, and they're using the courts, as Woodrow Wilson advised them to do, to try and block him. But even so, what Donald Trump is doing, and you say, look, what has he done in the first 100 days? Well, for one, he secured the border. And Biden couldn't do that in 4 years, and he didn't want to do it in 4 years. That's number one. Number two, unemployment is way, way low. Inflation is way, way low. And his economic package hasn't even been passed yet. You know, you were there. Reagan passed his economic package in August of his first year after the assassination attempt. Here we are, it's barely May, they're trying to get his package passed. And I think once he gets that package passed, I think you are going to see the economy explode in a positive way in terms of wealth creation and so forth. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, nobody's covering the scale of the investments that are pouring into the country. We're going to see $7 to $10 trillion in new investments. Mercedes made an announcement about expanding its Alabama plant the day Trump was at the University of Alabama. As you know, my wife Close has been nominated to be ambassador to Switzerland. 2 major Swiss companies just announced a total of $73 billion in additional investment. So I think the investment boom, the new tax bill, which should be passed and signed by July 4th, we could have by next summer of 26, a Trump boom underway, which would give us control of the House and Senate again.
When we come back, Newt Gingrich, the Democrats are going to their old playbook: smear, attack, Hitler, and now impeachment again. You think the American people are sick and tired of this? What is their program exactly?
Well, interesting tidbit here. Morgan Stanley maintains overweight on BioNTech, lowers price target to 132 per share. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg. But before we do, let me just do a product plug here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. It helps to boost up your immune system and your brain health. Magnesium is very important for brain function. So please go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium also helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3. So vitamin D3 will perform better when you take magnesium. You can take magnesium 3 ways from my store: magnesium and zinc supplement, the vitamin C and magnesium, which I have in my hand here, or also in the Boomer Boost that I'll be talking about later. But magnesium and zinc, very important to take every day, boost up that brain function and your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take 1 in the morning, take 1 in the evening if you're not feeling well. Drink it with filtered water. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And like I said, if you stack these together, you're getting added benefit. You're helping with your brain function, you're helping with your skin, you're helping with your immune system. So please go to my store and stack the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium zinc together. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please help support my work by getting the products. It's a win-win situation. I'm providing free information for you. You get the products. It helps with your body functions, and you're slowing down the aging process. You have more vitality. It's a win-win situation for the community that I'm trying to build. So please help support my work by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video, and purchasing the great products that I offer.
Will lie ahead, potentially getting stuff done with Parliament.
So would we so he already didn't have a mandate. So then now is it like an extra non-mandate?
Well, I mean, he does have a coalition within his bloc and the centre-left Social Democrats. So he's got a functioning coalition in Parliament, but it just shows again that there are lots of strands against him, even within that coalition, and that some lawmakers may object to certain.
Bassent is being interviewed by Congress, and he just stated that nothing in data indicates U.S. is in recession. And Bassent is the Treasury Secretary.
Happy that he's changed. It's really hard to know what happened here today, and therefore the signals from it. But it's not a positive start of confidence really in his administration, you'd have to say.
Roz, what is the
Clarity Liquid provides powerful all-day algae relief.
Well, obviously, he's worked already to get that debt rate lifted, which is a really important step for Germany to be able to unshackle itself fiscally and to get these infrastructure and defence packages moving. But also, they've got to now work out how to spend them.
What I want to do is just drop into the hearing here.
Instituted a work from your office program, and again, I think it's going to be efficiency. We have asked for more money for many of the priorities. The Treasury Foreign Intelligence Network and the Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC. So we will be keeping the American people safer. And again, we think through efficiency gains, the federal government historically does not have productivity increases. And as I've continually pointed out, DOGE is the Office of Government Efficiency, not the Office of Government Extinction or Eradication. So I think that it is not a big leap to do much more with less.
Are there $2.5 billion worth of efficiencies?
Well, again, just two of it is in the IT department. And if you were to look, Treasury processes about 1.5 billion payments per year, which is like a mid-sized U.S. regional bank. We have had many of these banks come in and talk to us about their payment programs, and their departments are 1/10 the size and 1/10 the budget. So allowing for the redundancies that we would need as a government agency, then we think that we do need to be bigger and more fulsome, but there are substantial savings to be had.
Well, I want to ask one more quick question, because I know we're probably going to have a second round. You have been a proponent for better financial literacy in this country, and your background is, is evidence of that. Quickly, can we do a better job in this country of educating young people on matters of financial literacy?
Any increase that we do would be a better job. We just hosted Financial Literacy Month at the Treasury. I've only had 2 months to get ready for it. I can tell you that every April we're going to do more and more. But the key to financial independence is financial literacy, making good choices, and not, I don't think it comes from more regulation. I think it comes from more financial education.
Thank you very much.
Chair now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Cocaine, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us. And my main concern is, I think, what people are looking at the economy. The first 100 days, low stock markets, and it's Richard Nixon, not usually
negativity.
Tariffs, the fact that last year we had an effective rate of about 2.5%. I think the Yale budget lab, I believe you went to Yale, has said that effective rate is closer to 28%, the highest since 1901. I know some of that's changed because the tariffs are on again, off again, some on it.
I'm just going to silence him. I'm going to be very, very blunt. Never bet against the United States. The people that are telling you, oh, the dollar's crashing and the treasuries are crashing and yields are going up and inflation's going up and the stock market's going, don't bet against the United States. Invest for the long term, and you're going to be well benefiting from it.
They're saying they were going to do that all along. I personally think the stresses in the markets, which were pretty profound, especially in bonds, got them to try to go into a cooling off period, which is where we are now, and the bond market has found its feet again, which is more encouraging.
If the dollar continues its decline, can yields still go higher? At some point, does this correlation go back to normal?
I think they could. I don't think we're at that aha moment where much of the rest of the world that lends plenty of money to the United States, both in the private and the public sectors, in terms of accumulating bonds or treasuries and real estate or whatever. I don't think they're about to turn off the spigot completely. That's not the point. Prices are determined on the margins, right? So if the marginal investor says, I'm not interested in owning a treasury at a 4.30 yield, I want it to be higher. I think I should get more compensation for the fact that it is denominated in a currency that's become more volatile and has been falling, then yes, you could continue to see periods where yields up, dollar down. That's a credit comment. That's sort of regarding the United States as a credit risk. That is not traditionally where the United States has been. The United States capital markets typically have benefited from being deemed the risk-free asset. And people didn't really worry about credit risk in the United States. But when you have a large trade deficit, when you're borrowing from the rest of the world, and you're confronting...
he's getting it wrong. We're still the risk-free benchmark is us, is the United States. Now, everything is judged relative to us as the risk-free rate. Now, we can be adjusting that risk-free rate based on some of our prudence or lack of prudence in the way we run our economy, but we're still the risk-free rate. Tell me, what country is the risk-free rate? It's the United States. It's been the United States since World War II, or probably even longer, but definitely after World War II. We are the risk-free rate. And this is the reason why you don't bet against the United States. Now, will you have undulations in the yield curve? Yes. But the thing is that the bond market is a very complex market. You have short-term investors with the bond market, which it's about price appreciation. They need the price appreciation to go up so they can sell it. And that means the yields have to go down. All right. But you also have long-term investors that need to lock in at a higher rate. So when the rates start to go up and the prices start to go down, you have long-term fixed income buyers that want to lock in at the higher rate. And therefore, they come in and buy the market. And once that happens, then the prices start to go up and the yields start to go down. But these investors that got in early locked in at a higher rate. So if the bond market is at 5 or 6%, and you want to lock in a 6% yield for 10 years, guess what? You're going to want to do that. So the bond market is a complex market. And this is the reason why I said all these people that are on the internet, they're saying that the dollar's going down, the bonds are going down, and the equities are going down, and America's falling, and it's Chicken Little. No, I said don't bet against the United States. And if you followed what I said to do, when the market was selling off 4 weeks ago and bottomed out at 4,810, if you did what I told you to do, you would have earned about 10 to about 18% return on the new deployed money that you put into the market. Fact. Now, you don't believe me? Just roll the tape back for the last 4 weeks. Don't bet against the United States. It's that simple.
From everything we've been experiencing, it will be slowing down and spreads will be widening. There'll be some nice buying opportunities to start adding weights in that over time. But for now, caution is probably the better word.
Yeah, continuing to wait for those spreads to materially widen in any real way. All right, RJ, thanks a lot. RJ Gallo, Senior Portfolio Manager, Fixed Income at Federated Hermes, joining us on the market. Should point out that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is speaking to the House.
If someone says that the United States is not the risk-free rate, ask them who is. There isn't anybody. We are the risk-free rate. You know why? Because we are the global hegemon. And until we lose our global hegemonic power, we're going to maintain the risk-free rate. It's that simple. All right. UCO, which is the ETF that I've been watching for oil, longing oil, is trading now at 20.04. And oil futures is for WTI is trading at 59.63. VIX is trading at 24.28. It's been relatively stable for the last hour or so. And the S&P 500 is trading at 5,622, above that psychological support level of 5,500. All right. And, today we are down, but we are off the session lows, where right now the S&P 500 is down about 0.4%. Okay. Let's go to Fox Business. They're talking about this is a big problem in the market that experts are definitely aware of, expert ones. All right, here we go.
Well, now the U.S. national debt is creeping ever so closer to $37 trillion. Interest payments alone on the debt, one of the biggest line items in the federal budget. Some economists are warning this could create a fiscal crisis. Joining me right now is a woman who knows better than anybody. Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget President, Maya McGinnis, is here. Maya, great to see you.
Nice to be with you.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to get right to the elephant in the room, and that is Congress is working on this reconciliation package. They want to extend President Trump's tax cuts, and you say?
Well, we're going to have to offset that with some spending cuts. So there's a whole lot of conversation about tax cuts. And those in many ways need to happen in the fact that if you were to let these expire, it would be a huge tax increase and have a negative effect in the immediate run.
This is important.
Fiscally,
It's important for me to intervene here and interject. Like I said, slowly accumulate shares in the equity broad index. that's tied to the S&P 500 or maybe even the Russell 2000. All right. But I've been more focused on the S&P 500. But broad index accumulate shares. All right. The reason why is because tax cuts and positive news with tariff trade agreements are going to be accelerants for a higher stock market at the end of the year. You're going to see an all-time high in the S&P 500. That there's a high probability of that. Now, if there's a global, major war with China or, nuclear detonation by Putin or, some crazy thing that happens, yeah, of course the market is going to go down. But if things are going to play out like I think they'll play out, where you're going to have some trade negotiations settled, right, in a positive way, that's going to help the stock market. You're going to have tax cuts passed. That's going to be positive for the stock market. And when the Federal Reserve does reduce their rate, lower their rate, that's also going to be an accelerant for the economy. It'll be an accelerant for the stock market, maybe not necessarily the economy. I have a different take on the Federal Reserve than most people. But the thing is that all three of those variables are accelerants for a higher stock market. This is why I keep on saying, don't bet against America, because the probability of a higher stock market by the end of the year is probably 80% at this moment in time.
So instead of just cutting taxes, we have to cut spending. And nobody is talking about that, right? So we're talking about bills that no matter what, and there's two different approaches, one in the House, one in the Senate. The House is far superior, I have to say. But both of them are talking about cutting a range of only a couple $1 trillion in the House and only $4 billion in the Senate. This is out of a total of $86 trillion in spending over the same time period. So for a party that's been talking about cutting spending a lot, yes, I understand we're going to cut taxes. That will help with growth. That will help keep tax rates where they are. But if we don't cut spending, this will balloon the national debt. And the debt is a big topic here. People in the markets are definitely aware of this problem.
Absolutely. Well, look, to be fair, most Republicans that I've spoken with always say the same thing, and that is we have a spending problem. We don't have, another problem. It's a spending problem. And you've got an op-ed. You talk about this in your op-ed. You say the financial situation is, quote, dire. And I want to get your take on where the cuts could come from, because you're right. This weekend on Sunday Morning Futures, I had on John Barrasso, leadership in the Senate, and I said to him, how is it possible that the Senate has only identified $4 billion in cuts when the House is at $1.5 trillion? And he said he's going to come up with at least $2 trillion in cuts. Where specifically should Congress be cutting?
Well, good. First off, let's hold them to that $2 trillion, because even then we're going to be borrowing another 3, 4, 5 trillion given all of the tax cuts. But and like you said, the problem is spending. If you look forward, the growth in the budget comes from spending, not revenues that are lower than they traditionally have been as a share of the economy, but spending. But you have to have the willpower to cut the spending. So the problem is they're taking everything off the table. So one thing is that in reconciliation, the biggest program and the biggest challenge, quite frankly, Social Security cannot be included. We can go back and talk about Social Security, but that program, despite what every politician is telling us.
All right, oil futures is trading at 59.52. All right, intraday high right now is 59.71. Now, there's going to be a barrier at 60. All right, so there's probably going to be shorts there that are going to try to push down the oil market just below the 60 level. And you kind of sense it with that 59.71. So I don't think that oil will break 60 today, but with this escalation between Israel and the Houthis, it's possible.
Insolvency, and if we don't make changes to strengthen it, there will be across the board automatic spending cuts, which is a terrible, terrible thing that's even in the future. There are things that they can be looking at. They should be looking at Medicare, and they should and are looking at Medicaid, because our healthcare delivery system has tons of areas where there are huge problems. We've expanded the budget in healthcare massively in recent times, and
the biggest bang for your buck is very simple. stop the bread and circus, get healthy, start mitigating the issues with heart disease and diabetes by changing lifestyle. And you can heal if you pay attention to my shows. I tell you how to heal your body, from cardiovascular disease, and have a more healthy lifestyle, and do cancer screenings. Catching cancer early is the best way to treat cancer. Not chemo, not all these other things. It's catching it early. Screening has the best bang for your buck, that has the highest efficacy. So screening, making sure you're doing your cancer screenings, doing the right things to change your lifestyle to reverse and mitigate cardiovascular disease, and the same thing with diabetes. Change your lifestyle and mitigate the issue. Most of these issues are because of lifestyle. All right? Very simple. And you could save tens of billions of dollars in healthcare just by doing what I just said. If the country did it in mass, we would save tens of billions of dollars in healthcare costs.
Not brought that back to different levels. There are a lot of savings there that will not affect recipients. But I'm also worried about the conversation of we shouldn't affect everybody. We've borrowed trillions too much every single year. We're going to have to make some real choices. Yeah. But another area in the budget they're not looking at all, 20 trillion plus in tax expenditures over the budget window. And that is quite frankly spending through the tax code. So we act like it's tax cuts, but it's things that really increase in inefficiencies, equities, de-level the playing field. We want to broaden that tax base so we can keep rates low and then look at all the areas of the budget, discretionary portion, welfare programs, Medicaid, which they're looking at their spectrum. There's repealing parts of the IRA, the ACA, a lot of things that have expanded in the past couple years that we could scale back, and we could certainly get that $2 trillion. And frankly, we should be shooting for more.
Well, I'm with you on the Inflation Reduction Act. There's so much fat in that IRA for sure. But herein lies the debate within the Republican Congress, the House and the Senate, and they can only afford 3 votes, no votes, in order to pass President Trump's agenda. Many people are saying...
Another really important observation I'm noticing here right now in the intraday trading for the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is off the session lows. All right, it's trading again at 5,628. But what is interesting, at about 10:15, it crossed over the 50-day moving average, and it has also crossed over the 100-day moving average at about 10:35, and it is trying to get to the 200-day moving average, which is set at about 5,645. So I would not be surprised that we see in the intraday trading of 5,645 for the S&P 500. Now, who? Now, not to be too flamboyant here, but the thing is, who's giving you this kind of level of intelligence, right, for market moves? I'm giving you very specific points. Very specific. No, very few people on YouTube or even Rumble, 1, are accurate, and 2, can give you that specificity that I'm giving you. That's the reason why you should help support my work, because I am the most accurate on this.
This is our once-in-a-generation opportunity to actually seriously...
With Asana, AI teammates can help level up your goals by connecting them to relevant projects, so every team knows their role in the bigger picture. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com.
Opportunity to actually seriously put a dent in spending. You just mentioned Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. DOGE came up with these ideas and said, look, there's
waste, fraud, and abuse, but that's a drop in the bucket, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, I'm a fan of Doge. I think we should be doging everything,
Yeah.
look through the line item of everything, getting the details. Really impressive. But it also became the bright, shiny object that took the oxygen away from where the real structural savings are. So we've got to get rid of waste and frost. We have to improve efficiencies. I think Doge can restructure some of our agencies in ways that would work better, but that is not going to save the trillions that we need to save. We have to look at our mandatory spending. We have to do defense spending smarter. We're going to need more revenues in defense. The truth is that the world gets riskier, but we have to look at our procurement process and other areas, and we have to look at every one of our major programs, many of which just have not been discussed for specific spending cuts in years, and people are used to pretending we don't have to make any choices. That's what budgets are. They're
Once you
choices.
give somebody something, they don't
Yes.
want to give it back.
You have a
And that's an
constituency
issue.
for it.
And by the way, what elected official do you know that's actually going to come out and say, yeah, I'm running for re-election in November, but by the way, I'm cutting your Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security while I do it.
But everybody talks about cutting spending in the talking points. Nobody's willing to fill in the details. And now that we have to talk about details, that's where it's getting more difficult. Credit to those fiscal conservatives, particularly in the House, who are actually pushing to do more spending cuts. The real divide is between those folks who say, I'm not going to touch Medicaid. We need to touch Medicaid. There are savings to be had there, more so even with Medicare. Credit for the ones who are actually willing to have the conviction, the courage of their conviction.
I want to just make a quick correction because I phrased it wrong. When I said the moving averages for the S&P 500, those were minute moving averages, not day moving averages. So again, getting back to the point here is that the intraday trading has surpassed the 50-minute moving average, the 100-minute moving average, and is approaching the 200-minute moving average. And again, it's looking like we're perhaps going to see a potential touch of the 200 moving average at about 5,645 today, possibly.
And talk about enacting some of those cuts now that they have the opportunity.
When you say we are going to have to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, what are you saying? Are you saying you want to cut those programs back to give people less?
First off, let me just say, I don't want to do this. I wish I had been borrowing for 3 decades,
Yeah.
right? So now what we're going to have to do is a little bit of everything. There are ways to start by improving the efficiencies of every one of those programs.
Yeah, good.
And then you have so much built-in growth. What we just need to do is grow the programs more slowly.
I know you're talking about this. Go ahead, finish.
No, I was just going to say that it doesn't mean we'll actually be spending less. We're going to be spending more each year than the year before. Even under the budgets they're talking about, reconciliation, we'll be spending many more trillions over the budget window, not less. We're not cutting, but we do need to bring the growth rate down from where it is.
See, the last time Congress was at this in President Trump's first term, they did the tax cuts in December. But now they've got the debt ceiling, and President Trump wants that raised by $5 trillion.
Yeah.
So they've got this X date. They've got to do it sooner. Now, let me ask you about the president's budget, because he's proposing $163 billion in cuts from the federal budget. He's targeting federal programs like climate initiatives, public broadcasting, foreign aid. Your assessment?
Well, it's interesting. So on the micro level, there are very large cuts in certain areas, like you just mentioned. On the macro level, at $163 billion that would be reduced in the discretionary budget, they're actually adding back in the reconciliation bill. So again, not really all the spending cuts we're talking about. So in specific areas, there would be very large cuts, much larger than we've generally seen. But at the top macro level, we're actually talking about budgets that will be flat. All of it will be added back in, but much of it will be taken away from domestic discretionary and moved into the areas of defense and homeland security.
What specifically? Go back to the cuts here for a second on Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid that you want to say. What specifically, what number and how much do you think they could cut without really cutting into the muscle of what people are expecting, our seniors?
Yeah, let me first say where I think the target should be, because I think Secretary Bessent has laid out the exact rate target.
Oh, you know,
the correct target. He knows this issue. He cares about this issue. And he said we need to get our budget deficits down from where they are above 6% of GDP to 3% of GDP. Let's go. Let's make that our target. That is a very aggressive number. But keep in mind, we used to talk about balancing the budget. This is only half that, right? So this is getting it to a sustained deficit where we used to be shooting for zero. That would take about $7.5 trillion in savings over a budget window. And that is about
5 times as much as the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is the previous and only debt reduction deal that we've had in over a decade. So it's very significant. It is doable, but it's certainly aggressive enough that it would reassure markets. We need to look at everything, though. On Social Security, I'll say the hard things other people won't. We need to talk about raising the retirement age and slowing the growth of benefits for people at the higher end. We need to talk about our delivery system in Medicare. We need to talk about all sorts of things like how we charge different amounts of money for the same healthcare at different areas and create something called site neutral. On Medicaid, we have all these provider taxes that are really state gimmicks, scams, honestly. We need to clear them out of there and do those things first. $7.5 trillion of savings is a lot, but the 3% target is what we should be shooting for.
By the way, I don't know why everybody's afraid of raising the retirement age. We're living longer, and we're working longer anyway. And nobody actually, retires and then goes and jumps on the hammock. Well, I mean, they're doing other stuff.
And it shows, for bricklayers, not for somebody who's been doing backbreaking work, but people who are sitting at their desks are working to 70, 80, we're living decades longer.
That's an easy one. In my view, and I hope I'm not insulting anybody at home because I love our viewers so much, but I don't think that's a tough one. Maya, great to have you.
Thanks.
We got to wrap
Thanks
this
for
up.
having
We so
me.
appreciate your work. Very important work. Maya McGinnis, we'll be right back.
Alrighty. No, the issue with raising the retirement age isn't so much that you're living longer. It's just that you're paying into a system. Okay? Gen X paid for the boomers. The boomers paid in for their parents. You don't pay into for your own Social Security. You pay for the previous generation's Social Security. So Gen Y is going to be paying for Gen X. That's how it works. So if they're going to say that Gen X, you have to retire at an older age, that means that Gen Xers are paying more into the system than what the boomers did. Now, do you think that's fair when the Gen X isn't going to get the same number of years of retirement as the boomers? And to me, it seems unfair. So it's not really how long you're living is the issue. It's how many years you've been paying in compared to the other generation that you're paying in for. If the boomers were able to pay in, and retire at age 65, then shouldn't the Gen Xers be able to do the same, since it was the Gen Xers paying for the boomers' Social Security? So there's a nuance there. And of course, if you don't go into the details, you miss some of that nuance. All right, this is really interesting what's going on with Harvard and with Trump. Trump has now stated last night, and I received an email from the Crimson, that's the news on the campus, that the Department of Education is not going to issue new grant research money to Harvard because of the way they run their university. So let's play the Hill on this. They just published something about this particular topic.
The Trump administration is again taking aim at Harvard University. Education Secretary Linda McMahon sent a letter to Harvard on Monday telling the university it will no longer be eligible for new research grants from the federal government. In response, Harvard accused the administration of doubling down on its attempts to control the university. Harvard has already sued the Trump administration after it paused $2 billion in existing funding. Joining us to discuss, Brett Samuels, White House reporter here at the Hill. Brett, thanks for hopping on. So
well, let me interject here. All right, there's a debate. Can Trump pull funds that were already given to the university, awarded to the university? Maybe, maybe not. Let the courts decide. But when it comes to future funding, why is it that these universities, including Harvard, is expecting grants to be awarded to them? Why is that? See the problem with this? They build a cost structure within the university where they have to get this funding, or they have to truncate their organizational structure and some programs and That's the issue. A lot of people don't realize HMS, Harvard Medical School, it has a deficit, like a big deficit. It doesn't make money.
Internal reviews and was going to make reforms, getting at some of the issues McMahon calls out in her letter: anti-Semitism on campus, broadening ideological diversity. So why is the Trump administration going back after Harvard?
Yeah, Drew, certainly the administration is clearly making an example out of Harvard. I think
The better question, you see, another clowns. The better question is, why does Harvard think that it has to get, and it must get, these grant from the, these grants from the Department of Education? Why do they take the stance that it's automatically assumed that they're going to get it? Aren't they supposed to like fill out paperwork and say why they need the money? What are they going to do with the money? How efficient were they with the money in prior years? That's the better question. Why do these Ivy Leagues and Ivy League plus universities automatically assume that they're going to be awarded this grant money from the federal government? But of course, they don't ask the real question.
A case of the White House and the Trump administration sort of, picking a fight with an elite institution. It's sort of a piece with what we've seen so far from the administration, where they are sort of going after these institutions like Harvard, like Columbia University, and essentially, cracking down on what they see as, infringements on freedom of speech, or, failure to control campus protests, failure to encourage ideological diversity, as you mentioned. But certainly, Harvard seems to be the first and one of the few one of these institutions that is actually sort of pushing back and, going to court and actually trying to stand up against the administration for what it sees as unfair attacks.
Harvard is already suing over the $2 billion in funding the Trump administration froze last month. Now the administration is essentially saying, don't bother applying for future funding. Should we expect another lawsuit? And do legal experts think the administration is on solid ground here?
Yeah, certainly I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard, at minimum sort of amends their existing lawsuit to sort of, cite this latest effort by the administration.
Think about that for a sec. All right, it's debatable, can Trump pull funding from a university that's been already awarded? Unless it's really egregious misuse of the money, all right? It's debatable, let the courts decide. But why is it assumed that the government should continually offer grants to these universities? Why? See the problem? It's like when you try to, pull the roots of the dry rot and in our society the dependency of the administrative state, such as the universities depending on the government, even though the government is overspending, right? Why is it that, they have to kick and scream? Because they built cost structures where they depend on that money. And they thought that they would be able to get away with it. Well, people need to wake up and realize these universities, why do they have to get $1 billion every year? Like I said, there are, and I've said this on multiple occasions, there are approximately 500 major research institutes in the United States. About 340 of them are based on the Carnegie classification of research, Carnegie R1 level and Carnegie R2 level. All right. The remainder of between the 340 or whatever and 500 are non-Carnegie classification, but they do original research. The Ivy League, there's only 8 universities. Ivy League plus, you have about 30 universities together. All right. The far majority of original research that's published comes from the other universities, not Ivy League or Ivy League plus. That means that most of the cutting edge research that's published is not coming from Harvard. It's not coming from Yale. It's not coming from Brown. It's not coming from Columbia or Cornell or Dartmouth or UPenn. It's or Princeton. It's just not. That's the facts. Now, approximately the total research funding that goes to these universities is about 100 billion. All right, it's a little less, but to these universities, it's 100 billion plus other research that goes to about 150 billion or so. But let's just keep it simple. But $100 billion goes to research, original research, scientific research to these universities across the board. All right? Harvard gets 1 billion of it annually. Harvard gets about 1% of the pie. Harvard publishes approximately per year about 10,000 peer-reviewed papers out of that billion. Okay? There's about 290,000 papers that are published. Harvard doesn't come even close to being the top tier in terms of number of papers published, nor the money, the bulk of the money that's given to research institutes. The point that I'm making is that the research landscape in the United States is large. So if you stop funding Harvard for 1 billion, it's not going to change the research momentum in the United States, because Harvard only represents, in terms of budget, about 1%. It's actually 1.1%. And in terms of papers, it's only represents about, approximately 3%. So why is it that Harvard expects, and that's the issue, they expect the $1 billion. They don't deserve it. They expect it. That's the issue. So when Trump says, you know what, we're not going to give it to you, but they expect it, so they're going to sue. Now, is it a problem where you're pulling grants away from them that has already been issued? Maybe that's let the courts decide that issue. But why is it that Harvard expects that they get money? Well, they only represent 1.1% of the budget, the research dollars that are given to all these different universities, and they only represent about 3% of the papers published. The point is your state schools that are getting grant research funding from the government is doing just as good, if not better, research than Harvard. That's the fact. But you got dipshits that never went to Harvard that don't even know this.
Grants or rejecting new grants, to add that to their existing lawsuit at minimum to make the case that the administration is sort of unfairly targeting Harvard. Certainly I think the legal community is sort of, split here, that certainly there are conservative lawyers who think the administration is on solid ground here to be doing this, to be...
and the other side that's trying to protect Harvard is saying, well, you're not going to have cancer research discoveries, and you're not going to have these major discoveries that will help mankind because only good stuff comes out of Harvard. Meanwhile, they're not paying attention that there's a huge landscape of original research that's being published that's not Ivy League or Ivy League Plus. And maybe we should be spending more money with those universities than subsidizing elite institutions. But the elite institutions are demanding their $1 billion annuity. See, Harvard is basically saying to the government, you owe us our $1 billion scientific research annuity, not grant award. Big difference.
these institutions are not entitled to federal funding necessarily, that they have to meet these certain terms, conditions, etc. But there are also lawyers who I think would argue that Harvard has a case here that it is being specifically targeted, unfairly singled out, etc. So certainly should be interesting to watch as this case proceeds.
Harvard is known as being one of the wealthiest private universities in the country, has like a $50 billion endowment, but it does rely on federal.
It has a $53 billion endowment. Majority of it is permanently restricted net assets. Dipshit.
The federal government for funding research programs. How are actions taken by the Trump administration impacting what happens on campus?
Yeah, certainly, and I think that gets at one of the arguments from the Trump administration. When they freeze these grants, they make the case that an institution like Harvard has this massive endowment that it doesn't need to rely on federal funding. So that is certainly part of the argument we've seen from the Trump administration. But certainly, I think Harvard, the fact that they are one of the
now, what it is the Harvard Corporation takes the corpus, they invest it based on the donors' guidance when they donate the money, and the Harvard Corporation tries to earn a profit to be able to fund the university and continue growing the corporation. Harvard is not a university. It's a hedge fund with books. It's called the Harvard Corporation. But there's an added thing that's tied to the Harvard Corporation, and that is, but through the university, it's molding new politicians, new leaders that will perpetuate certain types of agendas. Globalization, wokeism, social injustice, DEI, affirmative action, all this crap's coming out of Harvard.
Institutions standing up to the Trump administration over this has sort of rallied some folks behind Harvard, rallied some folks to their cause. Certainly I think on campus it is, we've seen the university president doing a lot of major interviews with major networks. So certainly I think it has had this sort of rallying effect where Harvard has been sort of at the forefront of this fight against the administration.
I would imagine if there starts being some news articles.
Now think about it. You got 30 universities, elite institutions with lots of people that they're part of the alumni that are in politics now or in big business, international business. All right, and they're going to leverage their alumni network to try to push the government in their favor. All right, now those 30 are approximately trying to get that, it's a little less, but I'm just going to average it out, about 25 to $30 billion worth of grants out of 100 billion. It's probably closer to 20 billion out of the 30, because not every university is getting an equal amount. So about 20 billion to 30 universities, that's Ivy League and Ivy League Plus, all right, out of $100 billion pie. And they built cost structures because they were so used to automatically getting a rubber stamp for their grants, for their research. Meanwhile, you have 70% or 80%, let's say it's 20%. So 80% of the rest of the pie is going to the rest of the research institutes in the United States. They're high quality. They're not low quality, they're high quality institutes. And they're publishing the bulk of the papers. But they don't have the political clout that everybody else has at the Ivy League and Ivy League Plus. I personally think that don't cut the actual research dollars. Just cut how much is going to the Ivy League and Ivy League Plus and give more to the other institutions, especially state schools that are doing great research.
That are documenting research that's ending in important things like cancer, other diseases, that could end up maybe coming back to bite the Trump administration.
Well, let me get this straight. More cancer research is coming from the other 80% of the universities than those 30 schools, Ivy League plus. But they're not willing to look at the date. If you don't believe me, why don't you just use ChatGPT? You know, that wonderful thing, that Aristotle in your pocket. Guess what? You'll notice that it's a canard to think that the best research is coming from these universities. It's not. Not in terms of volume and not in terms of individual product. Now they'll say, why is there so many Nobel Prize winners that are coming from the top 30 schools? That's because the research was originally done at the other universities and they ended up being hired as professors to work within the top 30. It wasn't that the research was done at the top 30 in most cases. See, these people don't even know they don't even know what the real deal is. Most of the cancer research is coming from other universities. It's not HMS. Now, does HMS and Harvard and other departments within Harvard and other schools like, you know, Yale or even Columbia is a very good medical school. But the thing is, you know, are they producing good research? Yes. But to say that you're going to stop discovery because you're cutting funds from them and you're giving more money to the other universities, they don't even know what the deal is. They don't understand it. They've never probably ever worked in a laboratory.
Good way.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that's something we've seen just with, not specifically freezing research grants for universities, but just more broadly with some of the cuts that the Trump administration has pursued at, the Health and Human Services Department, some of the budget cuts that were proposed in the budget proposal that came out just last week from the Trump administration. The things that often get highlighted are those things that seem to have broad public support. Like
how many people were harmed by HHS? You ever wonder that? You cut the funding, maybe less people will be harmed.
So research, like, research for brain injuries, like programs that, assist, infants and children. Those are the kinds of programs that when they get cut, when it comes to light, that those are the things that are being affected. Certainly, I think it forces the Trump administration to sort of answer for how it is going about, freezing some of these grants.
I want to ask you,
hey, Captain Obvious, guess what? There's $36 trillion of deficit that the United States has. Don't you think that's a little too high? Especially when our interest payments are higher than our actual defense spending. And oh, by the way, Neil Ferguson says when that happens, your economy is gonna have if a hegemon has that kind of dynamic long term, you're gonna see the empire starting to crack. We need to take control of our deficit. We need to stop the spending and let the economy grow and bring back manufacturing and allow for the economic clustering to happen and allow for family formation, allow for people that are coming out of high school and out of college to get those good paying jobs at the beginning to grow their career. So they're building skill sets. And they're going to have they're going to form families by doing this. And in the long run, the economy will be better off and will be more efficient instead of this socialistic bullshit where it's just going to be constantly bringing our debt levels higher and our interest payments higher and will be less efficient. Socialism doesn't work. It doesn't work. Literally. It doesn't work. Like capitalism, you have to work in capitalism. In socialism, you don't work. Not only don't you work, socialism doesn't work. as an economic theory. So just, I can't handle it. I can't deal with
What's
these
happening
people.
at the University of Washington? Pro-Palestine protesters occupied a building on campus Monday. 30 people were arrested. Yeah, I assume the Trump administration will be watching very closely how the university responds to this.
Absolutely. Part of the predicate for some of the crackdowns that we saw from the Trump administration on these Ivy League schools like Harvard, Columbia, et cetera, was that they failed to properly address these protests against Israel, against war in Gaza, these pro-Palestine protests on campuses. So certainly the Trump administration.
They disrupted the everyday life of the campus on for the university. It's not an issue of freedom of speech. It's an issue that they forget about the whole Israel thing.
Is watching this very closely what happens at the University of
So they're picking sides.
I mean, this is reminiscent of a lot of what we saw during the Biden administration, where you saw students occupying campus buildings, certainly making a big scene on campus to sort of draw attention to their cause. To their concerns about what's happening in Gaza. So, certainly not something that we haven't seen before, but maybe sort of the first big test case for how the Trump administration responds to these sort of very provocative campus protests.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Brett Samuels, thank you.
Thanks, Drew.
All right, let me plug in some more products here. Please help support my work, and where else are you going to get such entertainment, especially with the news that's out there? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this supplement. It is the second pillar of a core protocol that I have. That second pillar of the core protocol of a 4-pillar process is C60. C60 soaks up free radicals. C60 is a molecule of 60 carbon, and it's shaped like a soccer ball, or a fullerene is the technical term. And it has an electron shell where the electrons move around and share orbits with adjacent carbon molecules, or carbon atoms. So this molecule of 60 carbons has this property to be able to neutralize free radicals at a very potent rate, all right? Very high rate. It's hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. One molecule of C60 is much stronger than vitamin C. Vitamin C can only neutralize one free radical and it doesn't recharge. It's done. But C60, because of this property with the electron shell, allows it to recharge. So you can soak up lots of free radicals, take a teaspoon a day, and C60 has to be suspended in a lipid or an oil, right? So you can get it in MCT coconut oil, you can get it in extra virgin olive oil, or in avocado oil. It is very important to take C60 in a oil. It's lipid soluble and it'll allow you to absorb it properly. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. It'll soak up the free radicals that your workout will produce, and you will recover from your workout quicker. Now, C60, what it does is it's going to soak up those free radicals that are in the cell and in your bloodstream. It's going to soak up those free radicals in that cell and help with the health of the mitochondria, reduce stress at the cellular level. That means that your mitochondrial health will improve and you're going to have more ATP. And ATP is a major source of energy for your cells and your tissues. So over time, what's going to happen is your cells health will improve, your tissue health will improve, and then your organ systems will improve. That means your endocrine system is going to be better, your immune system is going to be better, your brain function will be better, your neuron health will be better. Why? With your neurons, you need lots of mitochondria to produce neurotransmitters and lots of ATP. Now, a lot of people don't realize that, but the reason why, if you're doing like high cognitive function tasks, that's why you're tired, because you're burning a lot of ATP, you're burning lots of energy. To just think, it takes a lot of energy, right? So you need healthy mitochondria. When you get older, your mitochondrial health goes down for various reasons. And I'll go over that throughout this transmission. But the thing is that by taking C60, you're soaking up those free radicals and boosting up the health of the mitochondria in your neuron. So you're producing more neurotransmitters, you have more ATP, and then you have better firing from your pre-synaptic cleft neuron. And what will happen is that you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. When you have positive neuroplasticity, you think faster, you have better memory, you sleep better, you have more cognitive function. It's really simple, all right? So taking C60 is going to soak up those free radicals. Now, at the bloodstream level, by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing oxidized LDL. If you reduce oxidized LDL, you don't have plaque formation. You're reducing the chances of plaque formation. That means that it's helping your vascular system. So this is the reason why I keep on saying a major pillar of my protocol is C60. Now, the first pillar is taking max 35 or max 14 or cleanse to boost up your immune system. The third pillar is lignans, turmeric, and ashwagandha to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular health, and to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism, taking NeuroBoost. But C60 is a very important cornerstone of slowing down the aging process and boosting up your health, including your immune system and your brain function. So please go to my store and get the C60. I've been taking C60 since 2016. All right, every day, all right? Take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what you're going to notice is that you're going to have more energy, your body is healing, your immune system's getting better, you're going to be thinking better, your endocrine system will reach homeostasis. And what you're going to start noticing is that other things about your body are going to improve. For example, I noticed after taking C60 after 2.5 months that I no longer needed to wear eyeglasses. I started wearing eyeglasses when I turned 20 years of age. All right, I'm in my 50s. All right, but after I started taking C60, I didn't need to wear my glasses as often, and then over time I was able to wean off of my glasses. All right, so my eyesight improved. Now I'm farsighted with astigmatism. Now I'm not sure what improved, the farsightedness or the stigmatism. Most likely the stigmatism is what improved. But the point here is that you will notice other benefits based on your own biochemistry, based on your own, health, right? So take the C60 and stack it with other supplements that I have, like the NAD+. I'll tell you why later, but NAD+ or ubiquinol or clarity factor or resveratrol, these are very important. And like I said, by stacking, you can target more. Like part of the protocol for skin health for your basal layer is C60 and resveratrol. Because by improving your basal layer, the new cells that are being generated for your skin are healthier. And you can get that in my advanced box for the skincare. So there's lots of ways to use this to actually target certain things, but you have to stack it with other supplements to be able to to target. You can also reduce plaque. You can reduce the plaque buildup over time. A lot of people don't realize this. You start having cardiovascular disease when you turn 15, 16 years old in the United States. Now people would say, that can't be right, blah, 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 blah. It's a fact, all right? It's called yellow streak. You start developing yellow streaks at about age 15 or age 16 in the United States. It causes inflammation at the vascular level, and you start to slowly build this plaque that just microscopically, you start creating this plaque streak that's in your blood vessels. All right, at about age 15 or 16 years old. And over time, it starts to build up. And in certain local regions within that yellow streak, it'll start to build more and more plaque. So it starts with inflammation, and then oxidized LDL that's eaten up by a foam cell, or eats up by a macrophage that turns into a foam cell that ends up being plaque. And then over time, you start getting different types of deposits within that plaque, like calcium. All right? But cardiovascular disease starts at age 15 or 16 in the United States. In most cases, it's asymptomatic. It starts becoming symptomatic once you get into your late 30s, typically, right? If you have a poor lifestyle, it may manifest itself when you turn 20 or younger. But the thing is that the blood pressure starts to go up, the hardening of the artery starts to manifest, the ability for exercise tolerance, it goes down. There's symptoms that start to pop up when you move into your 30s, 40s, and 50s. All right. Now, the big epiphany here is that cardiovascular disease starts in your teens. It's just asymptomatic. Now, what you can do is you can mitigate further plaque formation by proper diet and proper exercise, right? Filtered water, stay away from processed foods, be cognizant of your lipid profile, right? Reduce inflammation. Now, what did I say before? What causes plaque formation in the yellow streaks? Inflammation at the vascular level, high levels of LDL, high levels of free radicals, because the free radicals cause the LDL to oxidize, and because the inflammation causes micro lesions in the intima of your blood vessel, what happens is that LDL that's oxidized starts to accumulate, and it gets eaten by macrophages, because the body thinks it's a foreign body that's in the blood vessel, and then it turns into a foam cell and it hardens. And over time, it starts to build, and the plaque starts to build, and you start to have blockage. It starts really small, yellow streak, asymptomatic in your teens, and eventually what happens is it starts to build more and more and more and more. And in some cases, you could have a 30% occlusion or a 50% occlusion, or maybe even a 70%. So by taking certain types of supplements that I have in my cardiovascular box, the longevity cardiovascular box, you can reduce the chances of further plaque buildup, but over time you can actually pull some of that plaque out, and that occlusion starts to shrink over time, especially over a year period. You don't believe me? Why don't you get an ultrasound of your carotid? All right, and you'll have some blockage. Some people may have a 10% blockage, or a 15 or a 30%, especially if in their 40s or 50s. All right, and that's your baseline. Then start the cardiovascular box and take the supplements that are in there. And what you're going to notice that after a year, that blockage that may have been 30 or 40% is gone down to maybe from 40 to 30 or from 40 to 25. And that's how you get better blood flow to your brain. If you have bad blood flow to your brain, guess what? You're killing your brain. Not only that, if you have occlusions, if you have plaque buildup, that plaque could break off and you can have a stroke. So, and a lot of people don't realize cardiovascular disease starts in your teens, not in your 20s, not in your 30s, not in your 40s, in your teens. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. There's many benefits of this. It soaks up free radicals, and by doing that, it's helping the cells reduce the stress, improves the mitochondria. You're soaking up free radicals at the serum level, at your blood level. So you're reducing oxidized LDL, and you're helping the health of your neurons, so you'll have better neuroplasticity. Take the C60, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And like I said, I've been taking C60 since 2016. All right. I want to go to CNN. They're talking about retired general reacts to Hexet's order to cut the senior general staff.
Oh, before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
At 5:30 on a Friday?
Actually,
This morning, we're learning more about what the Secretary of Defense is planning. Secretary Hegseth now ordering the Pentagon to cut by 20% the number of four-star generals and admirals. He calls the reductions necessary.
We're back with more DoD reforms. This one is General and Flag Officer Reductions. That's the official title. My title is Less Generals, More GIs. More generals and admirals does not equal more success. Now, this is not a slash and burn exercise meant to punish high-ranking officers. Nothing could be further from the truth.
CNN's Zach Cohen's in Washington tracking this one for us. So, Zach, why does Hegseth say these cuts are necessary? What's going on here?
Yeah, Pete Hegseth is saying that this is all about removing bureaucracy and redundancy.
Well, and it's not just the bureaucracy. The deep state has built so many tentacles within the Pentagon that guess what? Where do you think the tentacles are coming from? The brass, right? It's the generals. It's the general class. There isn't a war they don't like or a dollar they don't want to spend. And not only that, they haven't been, they didn't, what war did they win recently? Did they win Iraq? No. Post 9/11? No. Did they win Afghanistan? No. Did they win Syria? No. Shit, they can't even knock out the Houthis.
And something that he has talked about even as far back as his confirmation hearing, but his memo outlines a series of significant cuts to the top ranks of the military without really detailing what the criteria for those cuts are. But the cuts in number are significant when we consider the fact that there's only 37 four-star generals and admirals across the military as of 2023. Pete Hegseth is proposing a 20% cut to that 37 number. He's also proposing a 20% reduction in general officers in the National Guard, along with a 10% reduction in the total number of generals and admirals across the force, potentially about 100 generals across the military that could,
it's as simple as that, famous phrase, too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Flash. And look, this is something that the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, Jack Reed, has already raised concerns about. He wants to know how Hegseth got to these numbers. He said in a statement yesterday, quote, "Tough personnel decisions should be based on facts and analysis, not arbitrary percentages. Eliminating the positions of many of our most skilled and experienced officers without sound justification would not create efficiency in the military. It would cripple it." And so this
really? Would it cripple it? How can it be crippled? You don't win a fucking war.
Right? One of the first acts Donald Trump did while president back in February was he got rid of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the top member of the Navy. Pete Hegseth has talked a little bit too about his disdain for certain individuals in the top ranks of the military. Take a listen to what he said when he accused some of being complicit in the politicization of the U.S. military earlier this year.
I would say over a third are actively complicit, and then you have a lot of grumblers who are sort of going along trying to resist the nonsense as much as they can, but they're not fundamentally changing it.
The critics would argue that removing senior leadership from the U.S. military means there's less.
No. The bigger picture that people need to wake up to is that the generals and the officers just below general are conduits for the military-industrial complex so they can sell weapon systems. So you have a general that is trying to shepherd that weapon system at the Pentagon and to get funding by Congress. And then guess what? When that general retires, he ends up going on the board of Raytheon. So what it is that they're trying to, the military-industrial complex is going to spin it in the mainstream media to try to demonize Pete Hegseth on trying to cut this general staff at the Pentagon. Meanwhile, the military-industrial complex is kicking and screaming because that's their conduit to try to sell these weapon systems. And the generals don't like it because Hegseth has taken away their golden parachute at Raytheon. That's the big picture here.
To civilian leadership, if they receive an order that they disagree with, or maybe they determine it's not legal, it remains to be seen how these cuts might affect the U.S. military's readiness and efficiency, or when they might take place, because the timeline is also unclear.
A lot of uncertainty around all of that, except for the order coming from the top. Great reporting, Zach. Thank you so much.
So, General, I want to ask you about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and his new initiative to slash 20% of the four-star generals and, you know, four-star flag admirals from the Navy as well. Listen to how he puts it.
We're back with more DoD reforms. This one is General and Flag Officer Reductions. That's the official title. My title is Less Generals, More GIs. More generals and admirals does not equal more success. Now, this is not a slash and burn exercise meant to punish high-ranking officers. Nothing could be further from the truth.
So fewer generals, he should have said. He says it's not slash and burn.
Please, in the modern day era, since 9/11, what fucking war did the generals win? Not one. Not one war. you want to go, we can go even pre 9/11 too on that one. Now, did we really win the Desert Storm when we didn't take out the Iraq's leader during George Bush Sr.? No, we left. We had to clean up the mess later. So it's debatable if Bush even won the Iraq war back in the 90s. All right. So what war did they win in recent history? All right. In contemporary history, what war did they win? Not one. Not one. And then you have all the golden parachute issues where you have these generals going and becoming board members or consultants to these major military industrial complexes to push weapon systems. And a lot of times these weapon systems are way behind in development. There's cost overruns. And sometimes we don't even need the weapon system. Or sometimes it just doesn't work. So if you have less generals, maybe the Pentagon will be more efficient. Maybe we would actually win a war. Wouldn't that be lovely? You know, if we're going to spend $5 trillion in the Middle East, wouldn't you love to just win something?
Spider, but what do you think when you look at this?
Yeah, first of all, you're correct. My English teacher would have said minus 0.5 with less generals. The real issue here is it's a non sequitur. I don't see the correlation between reducing the size of the general officer ranks, flag officer ranks, and increasing the size of the enlisted population and those incredible non-commissioned officers. These are two different sources, two different buckets of individuals and leadership capacities. Now, if this kind of smacks as really a fiscal objective, if so, this would be a drop in the bucket. The real issue is I didn't hear in what Secretary Hegseth said that really addresses a problem. His proclamation that they're going to have more GIs, they're going to have more enlisted soldiers, Marines, airmen, guardians, etc. That doesn't match up here. So what I'd love to hear him say is, look, here's the problem I'm trying to solve. Maybe I, as the Secretary of Defense, think this organization is too much of a behemoth. It's got bureaucratic.
It's too bureaucratic. There's too many people on the take to be consultants once they retire or be part of board members of these military industrial complex companies. And they don't win a war. I mean, if the United States taxpayer is spending all this money, win a fucking war. Don't have a 20-year war in Afghanistan. Can't even get rid of the Houthis. And it's gotten to the point where every time we launch a missile, it's millions of dollars. There's a video out there on YouTube that actually calculates the cost every time a gun is shot from the Navy. All right, you have like Gatling guns that are on the deck of these ships, or missile systems, right? And it counts down every time a missile is launched, how much it would cost. So some of these, just a couple seconds of a Gatling gun could cost $8,000 in ammunition. $8,000 for a couple seconds. You launch a missile, from the deck of a ship to, into the air. So, surface to air missile. That could be $900,000 and $1 million every launch. Our missile systems, even though it's a high tech, they cost so much money. And that's the reason why we can't kill off the Houthis, because literally in our war kit in that region, it costs just too much. Meanwhile, the Houthis just make these little stupid drones and then they cause havoc. The military is just so screwed up. But military industrial complex is making a ton of money. Wall Street loves it. Their stock prices will go up. But you can't win a war. We have not won a war in 25 years. Not one. So the leadership, why did the leadership fail? Should we continue promoting failed leadership? Should we continue giving these generals all these medals to lose? I would say no.
Can't move quick enough, okay? Then what I would recommend, if that's the case, I don't think it is, but if that's the case, turn around to the services and say, service chiefs, I think we've got a challenge here. I want your recommendations on what you should look like. Come back to me with the recommendations. Don't state up front, we got a 20%.
The reason why he doesn't do that is because the reason why Pete Hegseth is not doing that is because this culture within the Pentagon is part of that deep state and that whole swamp issue. So you're going to the people that are causing the problem and you're saying, give me the solution. Meanwhile, in the back of their mind, they want to keep their job and they want to make sure they have that golden parachute. They don't care if they're spending trillions of dollars of American taxpayer money over time, especially in the battle space. They don't care. No, get rid of the people that cause the problem. I think Pete Hegseth is doing the right thing on this. I think he was wrong with the whole signal gate. He should stop using signal, but senior generals, yeah, they obviously need to cut them. Senior generals, all right, to get to a senior general level, they were a part of the planning and execution of the war in the Middle East the last 25 years. Okay? We didn't win. So almost all of them should be held accountable for that.
8 to 10 personnel, and don't say we're going to have an additional 10% across the board and all the other flags, which would be about an 80 to 90 number of individuals we use. Come back and say, look, here's what we can do to solve this particular problem. Then if you do that, the service chiefs own the solution. I mean, they're going to be all in. If it's coming from the top.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong because the real solution is for them to get canned so they lose their golden parachute. You think if you're an executive of a corporation and you know that you need to shave off 20% of the staff of the corporation to save the corporation because of times are tough, all right? Do you think that your staff is going to give you the right solution or the wrong solution to save the company? Especially when you have these generals that are conduits for that military industrial complex to push weapon systems. But we don't get that nuance on CNN. I mean CIA.
serious, is what it seems to me. And there's not a lot of real substance to what he's trying to achieve. I think he's flexing his muscles. We don't need to be reminded that he's the SecDef. I got it. You're in charge. This is not the way you kind of embrace the organization.
All right, retired General James Spider Marks, always great to see you. Thank you very much.
Once again, failure to really get to the root cause of the problem. This is CNN. All right. Before we go back to Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the first pillar of this core protocol that I've been talking about. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Max 14 is 14 parts per million. And cleanse is 30 parts per million. All right, and what this does is boost up your immune system. You take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and then swallow. What it does is it improves your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. That means that you're helping with that mucosal barrier. You're also helping with the health of the epithelial lining of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. You're boosting up your immune system. Take it every day. All right, teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Again, swish in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or so, and swallow. Do that every day. All right. Now, what you're going to notice is that you don't have as much throat irritation. Your oral hygiene and your teeth will be healthier. But not only that, you don't get as sick as often. Hint, hint. You don't have as many problems with allergies. Hint, hint. You don't have as many problems with air pollution. Hint, hint. All right. I've been taking this for 5 years. All right. I've been taking Max 35 or Max 14 for 5 years. All right. But I have these at different price points. So the higher the parts per million, it's a little bit more expensive. But I have them at different price points and different parts per million. So I reach a larger audience to get these products in your hands so you're boosting up your immune system. All right? Take it every day. Really important. It's the first pillar of the core protocol. The second pillar is the C60 that I talked about. The third pillar is the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up your immune system and your cardiovascular health. And Boomer Boost is to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. Really important. You stack all those together, and it's a great foundation to build off of. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. And the S&P 500 is trading at 5,622. Oil is trading at 59.58.
Would be certainly a positive. And of course, a cessation of taunts that would suggest that Canada would be the 51st state.
What's just sentiment among the average Canadian, Alyssa, here about, because I guess one of the questions I get asked is President Trump's view of Canada, is that shared by most Americans? I don't know the answer to that. It's certainly not shared by me. I mean, I think people felt like Canada's our friend to the north. That's the kind of way we've always thought about it. Are Canadians starting to question that now?
In a way, I think, again, it's only been a couple of months, thank goodness.
Canada would have been part of the United States if it wasn't for the War of 1812.
We've seen, people, unfortunately, that live in Canada avoiding those towns. That's had a really big impact on the economies of towns like Point Roberts and in Washington. And so, there is this fracture. There is, as I said earlier, this anger, this insult. And, there is a sense that perhaps there is a relationship that has changed, but it is a long-standing relationship. So we hope that there can be a positive outcome.
It's important also to sort of help understand the economic landscape in Canada, irrespective of the tariffs. Like, I always feel like the election would have been so different if the election was held like 8 months ago. Can you give me some perspective on that?
Yes, absolutely. Just as we saw in Australia and in our election about a week ago, certainly the economic situation has become much more acute because of the tariffs. But as you said, Canada has had a productivity challenge, a housing crisis. The standard of living has fallen. Some of that is because of the COVID-19 pandemic and, the vast challenges that came with that, the rise in inflation. So there are folks who are feeling that, they're not able to get ahead. And like you said, if this election had happened 8 months ago, those concerns were certainly at the forefront. And that is when, perhaps there would have been a different result.
How strong of a hand do you think Prime Minister Carney has as he makes his way to the White House here? Can he say with confidence that he represents, the majority of Canadians?
Well, funny you ask that. His election, the election a week ago, he was elected with a minority.
Carney, Prime Minister Carney, Harvard guy, Harvard Corporation guy, and oh, by the way, the central bank head for the Bank of England. He's extremely well-heeled and very, very globalist.
Sort of it's time for unity, and so that's what we're seeing.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Melissa Shin, Toronto Bureau Chief, joining us there. And remember, we are awaiting Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada to arrive at the White House for a bilateral meeting with President Trump, who will, of course, bring you all the headlines and any sort of remarks that they make as it happens. Back to the market here, a little bit heavier in a broad equity sense. We definitely have earnings that are still coming out. The reactions, though, a little surprising. For example, Ford suspends its full year financial guidance, right, Paul? And then said that President Trump's auto tariffs are going to take a toll on profit. Guess what? The stock is
trading higher
of 3.3%. And it's interesting. We saw a different one with Palantir, right? Their numbers really super solid, and then the stock sells off big.
Yep. So I think, a lot, depending upon the story, the company, and, kind of their economic exposure to global trade, to tariffs, there are different stories to tell. But we've seen it across a whole host of industries, companies either saying, we're just not sure about our outlook, so therefore we're not going to provide an outlook, or here's our outlook, but it's got a lot of caveats around it. But it seems like most industries, I can't say every, but most industries are feeling the effect of the economic uncertainty, if not the tariffs directly. And that is reflected not so much in their quarterly results, but certainly in their guidance.
Yep. And so let's get more to that with Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos and Industrial Research Analyst. So Ford suspending its full year guidance and talking about tariffs taking a toll on profit. What was your takeaway here?
Yeah, I think it's normal for these companies to kind of remove their full year guidance. There's a lot of confusion. We still really don't know what the full impact and what is the impact of these tariffs. There is still hope that some of these will go away. President Trump did give some reprieve for the automakers, but at the end of the day, it's still a big number. We estimate it's going to be an $85 billion impact on the U.S. auto industry alone, just in the next 12 months from these tariffs. So, we'll have to see. Full year guidance, pulling them, it seems like the norm now.
What are the companies? Realistically, are the companies saying, "Hey, we can, go to kind of change our sourcing, change our supply chain, or we're committed to trying to pass these along to customers, or we're going to take it in the margin"? Any kind of guidelines here, just in terms of broad strokes?
Yeah, there's been a lot of question at the fourth quarter earnings call on how they're going to approach this. And there's a number of ways. There's a lot of production, full vehicle productions in Mexico as well as Canada. Now, a lot of these automakers do have some spare capacity that they can shift back into the U.S., but it's going to cost them. And some of these costs, the $85 billion I just mentioned earlier, really doesn't include some of these costs on shifting that production back themselves as well as supply chain. So, for example, if you move a plant either from Mexico to Canada back into the U.S., it could cost an upwards of $4 billion. If they have to build a greenfield site. So it's going to be a lot of money to actually reshift the supply chain that's been built to where it is today over the past 3-4 decades.
All right, I just want to describe right now what's happening is Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, is getting out of his car, shaking hands currently with President Donald Trump as they head to their bilateral meeting. We will, of course, bring you any headlines as they cross based on their conversation. You can see President Trump and Prime Minister Mark Carney now waving to the press as they now head into the White House. So definitely interested to see how that winds up playing out. Again, we'll bring you any headlines as they cross. Hey, Steve, back to the automakers here. Which company, now that we've sort of gotten through a lot of this, is best equipped to handle this uncertainty?
Well, I think it's going to be really tough for automakers. I don't think they really have this good handle onto what the costs are and what they need to do. There's price increases that they can apply to the consumer, and I think that's a very viable option. The other one is moving capacity, then it's going to be a huge cost. One thing that I'm kind of surprised is that the Ford stock is up about 4.5%, because we actually think, their estimate of the impact, the $2.5 billion gross impact to the company is actually a little bit low. Our estimate is closer to $10 billion.
It's total bullshit. He was on either CNBC or maybe it was Bloomberg the other day, the CEO of Ford. The impact is going to be 1.5 billion, and the reason why is out of the domestic car maker producers, Ford Motor Company has the most American-made content. That was the reason. I can't deal with stupid people anymore.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think initially we'll see that type of reaction in the market because if prices do go up, sales will actually dwindle or decrease. And we've already seen that earlier in the year before tariffs. This is going to exacerbate the slowdown in the auto industry. So
Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence, Global Autos. All right, I used to be an automotive engineer. I know a lot about the subject, and I was born and raised in Detroit. Guess what? Automakers, when they have an opportunity to try to get market share, they're going to, what they do is that they lower their price of their cars so they can gain market share, because they know that if you buy one of their cars, the chances of you buying another vehicle from that automaker increases, right? You have like an 80% chance of buying from the same automaker. So a great way to gain market share is to lower the price. So what Ford's doing is they know GM and the other automakers have a lot more overseas or other country content in their vehicles. Ford has less. So what happens is that they're not going to be hit by the tariff as much. And so what they're doing is that they know that their competitors are going to have higher costs. And so what they're doing is they're giving employee discounts to the average person now to gain market share. But this clown can't figure that out.
All right, Steve, thanks. As always, fluid situation there for the auto industry. Steve Mann, Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Princeton. Again, Ford stock up 3%, even though they did take down their guidance, so they just withdrew their guidance there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Market's selling off a little bit. We got the S&P off about 0.5%, the NASDAQ off about 0.7%, of the bond market. We got the 10-year Treasury getting about 4.34%. WTI.
Out of all the domestic makers in the United States, I think Ford will come out the best. Now, will they be affected? Yes, they will be affected. But it's in relative terms, because what's going to happen is that if they can gain market share by selling vehicles at employee discount, then they're going to be way ahead of the game when the economy is really, revving. Right?
Close attention to what's taking place at the White House this afternoon. The Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, 24th Prime Minister of Canada, making the trip down from Ottawa to Washington to meet with President Trump. A couple of items on the agenda, a meeting one-on-one between these two leaders and a luncheon as well. Anticipate we're going to get some comments from both of them as the afternoon unfolds. Of course, we'll bring those to you live. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, up on Capitol Hill today, testifying before a House panel just a day after he appeared at the global conference organized by the Milken Institute, talking to investors directly, making the case for American exceptionalism as this trade war continues. We're going to go back to the Milken Institute a little bit later this afternoon. We anticipate hearing from Jenny Johnson, the CEO and president of Franklin Templeton. But before we get to all of that, let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash with Amy Morris. Amy?
David, trade deficit in goods and services did set a record in March. Imports of consumer goods posted an all-time high, led by pharmaceuticals, as businesses rushed inbound foreign shipments to beat U.S. tariffs. Wall Street's risk-off mode prevailed in the countdown to the Fed decision this week, with stocks falling as disappointing corporate and economic signals fueled concern about the repercussions of President Trump's trade war.
All right, so for the ones that have been following me, I've been saying that there's positive correlation between Bitcoin and equities. Now, there probably is a more positive correlation between tech equities and Bitcoin, but I'm just looking at the broad index. So, and as we're having a little bit of an issue with the S&P 500 today, it's trading at 5,624. It's down 26 points. That's about 0.45%. But also, Bitcoin is below the 25,000. All right. So as equities start to creep up again, you're probably going to see Bitcoin rise. Now, you know, it's having a hard time breaking that 97 mark. And lots of people that, you know, went in early on, you know, with the Trump administration were hit by the Bitcoin at about 100,000 or even 106,000. So just wait it out. Don't get, it's gonna come back, but it's gonna take a little while. You have to see that. Most likely we won't see a 100,000 break in Bitcoin until we are trading at around 5,000, probably about 5,900 on the S&P 500.
And able today for this conversation, posting on Truth Social this morning. I look forward to meeting the new Prime Minister of Canada, he writes. I very much want to work with him. He then says, we don't need anything they have other than their friendship, which hopefully we will always maintain. They, on the other hand, need everything from us. So again, the president setting the table for this conversation. We'll see if the issues of sovereignty comes up in addition to talking about trade and tariffs policy. Nathan Dean joins me here in the studio in Washington, senior U.S. policy analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Let me start with a broad question. What does each of these leaders want out of this meeting today? There's a lot of bombast from Mark Carney on the campaign trail. Sovereignty was not a negotiable thing, he said over and over again. He's promised to stand firm when it comes to issues of trade. Walk us through, for both him and for President Trump, what they hope to get out of this meeting today.
I think both leaders want incremental wins. I don't think you're going to expect much. Look, I don't think nobody's anticipating a trade deal is going to come out of this meeting, but I think you get incremental wins. When it comes to the Prime Minister Carney, I think it's just a signal that there's going to be additional negotiations. For President Trump, obviously he wants to see that something that Canada is giving, whether it's a change of non-tariff related measures or price controls or something like that. And when President Trump says on Truth Social that, there's nothing that we don't need, well, our analysts think differently. I mean, when we talk about the energy sector, the agricultural sector, Steve Bannon was just out talking about automobiles. For the investment point of view, I think the best thing that can come out of this meeting is that there is a decision to keep talking, a decision to keep negotiating, and that the rhetoric doesn't go much higher than it already has.
He's missing the point. What Trump is basically saying is that the United States has the resources if we choose to be domestic producers of these resources. If we make the choice to make the sub-assemblies in the United States for vehicles instead of Canada, make the tooling in Detroit and not in Windsor. That's what Trump is saying. But that nuance is always flying over the heads of these geniuses fucking at Bloomberg.
I mean, obviously, they're our biggest trading partners, but I think from the market perspective, they really want to resolve what's going on with the U.S. and China. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sort of hinted today that there really isn't any pathway right now between the U.S. and China. So in this meeting with Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Trump, if there's any indication that this can move forward to a trade deal, and I'm going to use deal in air quotes, it maybe call it a memorandum of understanding, just even a couple of pages with bullet points. That's something the market can actually start to say, look, now we can start negotiating. Now we can start moving towards that pathway where when Secretary Bessent that says deals are coming, if there's any indication of this meeting that we're moving on that path, I think the market may actually look at that meeting and say, okay, let's take a breather here.
Let me, if I may, pull you away from policy for just a moment to the politics of this moment. And you've watched any number of these meetings unfold. What have we learned about how world leaders should comport themselves when they're in a venue like this, in the Oval Office with the president? Yes, so much attention is being paid to what deals may or may not come out of a meeting like this one.
Okay, all right. Trump is starting to speak now, and Al Jazeera is covering it. So let's hear what Trump's having to say here.
And they have capitulated, but more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore. And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think it's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal, it was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that. Okay. Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It was a pretty big announcement.
Yeah, this is always a freedom of navigation. These are, a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping. And the job was to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And so.
Don't you find that interesting that Israel knocks out certain installations with the Houthis in Yemen, and then all of a sudden this news pops up?
Monday night, some of you are coming with us.
There was a coordinated. The point I'm making is there was a coordinated effort between the United States and Israel to knock out the Houthis.
Yes, and I won't tell you on what, but it's very positive. I tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that up. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
No, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on the edge of my seat, actually. But thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focused on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl, and other opioids, and securing the world. And I've been elected with my colleagues here, with the help of my colleagues here. I'm going to spread the credit to transform Canada with a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders, again on fentanyl, much greater focus on defense and security, securing the Arctic and developing the Arctic. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to addressing some of those issues that we have, but also finding those areas of mutual cooperation so we can go forward.
Very nice. Thank you.
That sounds like a major kiss ass.
No, it was actually very effective, and it's still very effective, but people have to follow it. So, that's been a problem. People haven't followed it. But
for the ones that are watching the telemetry that I have on streaming on my website and on YouTube, you'll notice that there's a pop-up on the equities for the S&P 500. Equities are now down only they're down by -5 points. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,646. So this breaking news that's popping up is equity positive.
Necessary anymore, but it served a very good purpose. And the biggest purpose it served is we got rid of NAFTA. NAFTA was a very unfair deal for the United States. Very, very terrible deal. It should have never been made. It was made many years ago, but it should have never been made.
NAFTA destroyed the tool and die industry in Detroit and shipped it over to Canada. And that's why I can't stand globalization.
I would love that. Look, I have a lot of respect for this man. And I watched him come up in a sense, through the ranks when he wasn't given much of a chance, and he ran a really great campaign. He did a really great debate. I think that debate was very helpful. I was going to raise my hand. You know, I don't know if that's good or bad. I shouldn't say that. That might hurt you. But no, he ran a really great election, I thought. And yeah, something could happen. Something could happen. Yeah, please. Concession?
Yes.
Friendship. No, we're going to be friends with Canada. Regardless of anything, we're going to be friends with Canada. Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada. My parents had relatives that lived in Canada, my mother in particular. And I love Canada. I have a lot of respect for the Canadians. Wayne Gretzky, I mean, how good, the great one. You happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of. He is a big, tough cookie too. Just broke the record, and he's a great guy. And we had the team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now Canada is a very special place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you have said Canada should become the first state.
No. Well, I still believe that, but it takes two to tango, right? But no, I do. I mean, I believe there would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical cares and other things. There would be a lot of advantages, but it would be a massive tax cut. And it's also a beautiful, as a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said, that's the way it was meant to be. But, I do feel it's much better for Canada. But we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway, because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think, it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace, you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. We have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
And they have, I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, they were low and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never. Well, we'll be talking about different things. Like, we want to protect our
oil intraday right now. It topped at 59.84 and then came back down. It's trading at 59.67. So we're approaching that $60 a barrel resistance point.
Anywhere in the world, they say it's larger than Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but it's a lot. But we have tremendous amounts of energy. Other countries don't. We're both lucky in that way. They have energy, we have energy. We have more than we can ever use and more than we could ever sell, actually. And you have the same thing. So we're two countries that are very lucky. If you look at China, they don't have that. It's a big disadvantage. Other countries, most countries don't have. Most countries don't have that. So Canada and us, we have a lot of advantages over other places.
when you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start off?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, time will tell. It's only time. But I say never. I've had many things that were not doable and they ended up being doable and only doable in a very friendly way. But if it's to everybody's benefit, Canada loves us and we love Canada. That's, I think, the number one thing that's important. But we'll see. I mean, over time, we'll see what happens. China. They want to meet, and they're doing no business right now. And those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean. Big turn, those are big ships. Those ships take about 10 miles to turn. And, we lost $1 trillion to China on trade because of an incompetent president that we had who preceded me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now. And by not trading, we're losing nothing. So we're saving $1 trillion. It's a lot. But they want to negotiate and they want to have a meeting, and we'll be meeting with them at the right time. I have not met with them, of course. You would know if I'd met. I'd tell you they want to meet, but we are right now. Look, they're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S. and they made most of their money off the U.S. Don't kid yourself. They don't make the money off other countries like this. And they were making. We had a trade imbalance. We had a deficit, or they had a surplus. Another way of saying it, of more than $1 trillion. Think of it, more than $1 trillion. And because of 145%, that's the only reason, but because of they have now 145% tariff, there's no trading. You can't trade with 145%. We are therefore making, in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. In other words, we're not losing $1.1 trillion. Our deficit is much better. When I started, I said we were losing billions of dollars a day on trade. That's rapidly turning around. We looked at numbers this morning. So we were losing, the United States during Biden was losing more than, I won't even give you numbers because they're so embarrassing, but billions of dollars a day on trade. Those numbers are rapidly turning between the tariffs. Don't forget, we're now getting 25% on cars, 25% on aluminum, 25% on steel, and maybe more importantly, massive numbers of companies are moving into the United States. Honda, we have tremendous, the car companies are moving in at levels we've never seen before. The biggest investment ever made in the United States is being made right now. Trillions of dollars. I would say we could be at $9 trillion. You could go back to other presidents, they haven't had $1 trillion for their entire term. Look at Biden. He had bad numbers. People leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving with Biden, and he didn't know the difference. The only thing he knew is people coming in. You know who they were? Illegal immigrants. Okay, from prisons, from mental institutions, from all sorts of places that weren't good, from gangs, from Venezuela. They were coming in and they were criminals and murderers. 11,888 people that murdered, and at least half of them murdered more than one person. This is what Biden led into our country. I'm bringing in big companies. We have Apple is investing $500 billion. We have Jensen, as you know, is going to be 500, biggest chip maker, or chip thinker, I call him. He's really a thinker more than a maker. But we also have the maker, Mr. Wei. I get to know them all in the last, it was a cram course, but they're all moving into America because of the tariffs. And I don't think people have appreciated it. Some people do, some of the smart people do. So we have more money coming in. It's really an amazing thing. We have more money being invested in the United States now than at any time ever before in our history, and it's not even close. And I think the real number could be 9 or 10 trillion. We don't know everybody that's doing it. We have many. I just heard about a plant that's being built right now, a very, very top of the line company. And they didn't come to the White House. They're just doing it because they're making it, because if they build here, there are no tariffs. And this is the big market. This is the market. That sets us apart from it. This is the market where everyone wants to be. Now, if I didn't come here and do this, all of a sudden we wouldn't be the market where everyone wants to be. So we're able to do it in time. But we're gonna have a great announcement, and I'm not necessarily saying it's on trade. Going to the beginning, we're gonna have a great announcement over the next few days, an announcement that will be so incredible, so positive. And I'm not saying, I don't want you to think it's necessarily on trade. Just to finish, we also have a situation, because everyone says, when are you gonna sign deals? We don't have to sign deals. We can sign 25 deals right now, Howard, if we wanted. We don't have to sign deals. They have to sign deals with us. They want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of their market. We don't care about their market. They want a piece of our market. So we can just sit down, and I'll do this at some point over the next 2 weeks, and I'll sit with Howard and Scott and with our great vice president, who has done a really good job. We have some good news to report on a lot of fronts. But JD will be there, and Marco, and we're going to sit down, and we're going to put very fair numbers down, and we're going to say, here's what this country, what we want, and congratulations, we have a deal. And they'll either say, great, and they'll start shopping, or they'll say, not good, we're not gonna do it. I said, that's okay, you don't have to shop. Now, we may think, well, they have a right, you know, that maybe we were a little bit wrong, so we'll adjust it. And then you people will say, oh, it's so chaotic. No, we're flexible. But we'll sit down, and we'll at some point, in some cases, we'll sign some deals. It's much less important than what I'm talking about. For the most part, we're just gonna put down a number and say, this is what you're gonna pay to shop. And it's gonna be a very fair number. It'll be a low number. We're not looking to hurt countries. We wanna help countries. We wanna be friendly with countries. But you keep writing about deals. When are we gonna sign? One, it's very simple. We're gonna say, in some cases, we want you to open up your country. In some cases, we want you to drop your tariffs. I mean, India, as an example, has one of the highest tariffs in the world. We're not gonna put up with that. And they've agreed already to drop it. They'll drop it to nothing. They've already agreed. They would have never done that for anybody else but me. So we're gonna put down some numbers, and we're gonna say our country is open for business, and they're gonna come in, and they're going to pay for the privilege of being able to shop in the United States of America. It's very simple. It's very simple. So I wish they'd keep, stop asking, how many deals are you signing this week? Because one day we'll come and we'll give you 100 deals, and they don't have to sign. All they have to do is say, oh, we'll start sending our ships right now to pick up whatever we want, or to bring whatever we want. It's very, very simple. And I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign some deals, but much bigger than that is we're gonna put down the price that people are gonna have to pay to shop in the United States. Think of us as a super luxury store. A store that has the goods. You're gonna come and you're gonna pay a price, and we're gonna give you a very good price. We're gonna make very good deals, and in some cases we'll adjust. But that's where it is. And we've been ripped off by everybody for 50 years, and we're just not gonna do that anymore. We can't do that. And we can't let any country do that to us. We're just not gonna do it anymore.
Tell us a bit more about the deal
No, it's not a deal. They've said, please don't bomb us anymore, and we're not gonna attack your ships.
Where did you hear about that?
It doesn't matter where I hear. The very good source of that. Very, very good source. Would you say, Marco? I would say pretty good, right, JD? A very good source. They don't want to be bombed anymore, you know? Sort of thought that would happen. But what pact? No, it's fine. It's there. It's good. We use it for certain things. It's there. We have the USMCA is a good deal for everybody. I won't say this about Mark, but I didn't like his predecessor. I didn't like a person that worked. She was terrible, actually. She was a terrible person. And she really hurt that deal very badly because she tried to take advantage of the deal and she didn't get away with it. You know what I'm talking about. But so, you know, we had a bad relationship having to do with the fact that we disagreed with the way they viewed the deal. And we ended it, you know, we ended that that relationship pretty much. The USMCA is great for all countries. It's good for all countries. We do have a negotiation coming up over the next year or so to adjust it or terminate it.
Mr. President, I'll say a word on USMCA if I may, Mr. President. It is a basis for a broader negotiation. Some things about it are going to have to change. And part of the way you've conducted these tariffs has taken advantage of existing aspects of USMCA. So it's going to have to change. There's other elements that are come, and that's part of what we're going to discuss.
Prime Minister Carney talked about the American reform. How do you react when Canada decided not to shop in the American store as much as before and decided to partner with other countries?
Well, we don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint. They do a lot of business with us. We're at like 4%. And usually those things don't last very long. You know, we have great things, great product, the kind of product we sell, nobody else can sell, including military. Look, we make the best military equipment in the world, and Canada buys our military equipment, which we appreciate, but we make the best military equipment in the world by far. The missiles, the submarines, everything we have is really top notch. I rebuilt our military during our last term. Stupidly, we gave some away to Afghanistan, which shouldn't have happened. But that was, I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. It was just very incompetent people. But if you look, the man that's now the head of our Joint Chiefs, he led the attack on ISIS for me. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs. And Raising Cane, he was unbelievable. And as you know, we defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. We did it in 3 weeks. And he ran the campaign. I said, I like him. But I knew him before. I went to Iraq and we agreed to a plan, and that was the plan. And as you know, we did it in record time. So we have the best equipment in the world. We have the best, a lot of things. And but Canada, it does a lot more business with us than we do with Canada. Yeah.
Mr. President, when do you think the investments you've been out to will finally hit economic data?
When you're saying about the tariffs?
No, about the investments.
Oh, it's hitting right now. Look, they're already starting AI plans. These are not people that look for financing. That's a good thing. You know, in real estate, you get a site, then you have to look for financing. You have to get your zoning. 5 years later, you start building. You get a bank, then the bank's no good. These people have massive amounts of cash. The CHIPS Act was a ridiculous thing because that doesn't get them to build. All we did is hand very wealthy companies money. The CHIPS Act that was done by Biden. Billions, we give them billions of dollars. They don't even have to do anything with it. And then if you weren't, if you didn't have, and I don't want to be a wise guy, but if you didn't go with the DEI, if you didn't go with all of the different things woke, if you weren't woke, you couldn't even use the money. You had to have a certain percentage of this and that and that and that. It's impossible to have. The companies actually complained to me. They said they gave me all this money, but nobody can get these people to do anything. I mean, look, President Obama, and if he wanted help, I'd give him help because I'm a really good builder and I build on time, on budget. He's building his library in Chicago. It's a disaster. And he said something to the effect, I only want DEI, I only want woke. He wants woke people to build it. Well, he got woke people and they have massive cost overruns. The job is stopped. I don't know, it's a disaster. And I don't like that happening because I think it's bad for the presidency that a thing like that should happen. He's got a library that's a disaster. And he wanted to be very politically correct, and he didn't use good, hard, tough, mean construction workers that I love, Marco. I love those construction workers. But he didn't want construction workers. He wanted people that never did it before. And he's got a disaster in his hands. Like millions of dollars, many millions of dollars over budget. And I would love to help him with it, or somebody else. I could recommend professionals, but it was not built in a professional manner. By the way, nor was in California a little train going from San Francisco to Los Angeles that's being run by Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. Did you ever hear of Gavin Newsom? He has got, that train is the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. It's like totally out of control. So then they said, all right, we won't go into San Francisco. We'll stop 25 miles short. And we won't go into Los Angeles. We'll stop 25 miles short. It's hundreds of billions of dollars for this stupid project that should have never been built. And then they realized that it would have been a lot less costly if we just gave limousine service back and forth and gave it free. They would have saved hundreds of billions of dollars. They have airplanes that go there for one 1/100th the cost. And they have cars. They have a thing called the highway that goes back and forth. That's not fully utilized. And they got involved with this project. And Gavin, unfortunately, I always liked Gavin. Had a good relationship with him. I just got him a lot of water. I sent in people to open up that water because he refused to do it. And we just got him a lot of water. If they would have had that water, and if they would have done what I said to do, they wouldn't have had the fires in Los Angeles. Those fires would have been put out very quickly. But if you think about it, and you got to take a look at this, it's the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. I've watched a lot of stupid people build a lot of stupid things, but that's the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. What's happening between San Francisco and Los Angeles. And you want to ask about that because this government is not going to pay. I told our very great new Secretary of Transportation, he's doing a good job, Sean Duffy, I said, we're not going to pay for that thing. They are just, it's out of control. This is something that you don't have things like this. It's not even conceivable. Like 30 times over budget, 30 times. It's the craziest thing and now it's hundreds of, it was supposed to be a simple train. And I think the media should take a look at it. And I'd love him to run for president on the other side. I'd love to see that, but I don't think he's going to be running because that one project alone, well, that and the fires and a lot of other things pretty much put him out of the race. We're going to work on some subtle changes, maybe. I don't even know if we're going to be dealing with USMCA. We're dealing more with concepts right now. Look, right now, we're doing trade. We have trade. They're paying a tariff on cars and steel and aluminum. And I think we have a baseline of 10% or something like that for the tariffs. But we're getting along very well. Right now, going no further, but we have an agreement. We did something with even parts. You want to discuss that, Howard, with respect to Canada, which helps Canada out?
Sure. So we've made an arrangement with the car companies that 15% of their USMCA parts are included, and then 15% of foreign parts from the manufactured suggested retail price are not tariffed to help domestic manufacturing really thrive.
So it gave them a chance to be able to build their car parts factories if they're going to. A lot of these companies already have factories, and what they have to do is just fill them out. But they're able to build them in the United States, so we gave them a pretty substantial period of time.
So, is there anything Prime Minister can say to you today to change your mind on
Tariffing cars?
tariffing Canada? Is there anything he can say to you in the course of your meetings with him today that gets you to lift tariffs on?
No.
Why not?
Just the way it is. Sure, I would. But this is not necessarily a one-day deal. This is over a period of time they have to make that decision. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may. Well, respectfully, Canadians' view on this is not going to change on the 51st day. Secondly, we are the largest client of the United States in the totality of all the goods. So we are the largest client in the United States. We have a tremendous auto sector between the two of us, and the changes that made have been helpful. 50% of a car that comes from Canada is American. That's not like anywhere else in the world. And to your question about is there one thing? No, this is a bigger discussion. There are much bigger forces involved. And this will take some time and some discussions, and that's why we're here, to have those discussions, and that is represented by who's sitting around the table.
See, the conflict is, and this is very friendly. This is not going to be like, we had another little blow up with somebody else. That was a much different This is a very friendly conversation, but we want to make our own cars. We don't really want cars from Canada. And we put tariffs on cars from Canada, and at a certain point, it won't make economic sense for Canada to build those cars. And we don't want steel from Canada because we're making our own steel, and we're having massive steel plants being built right now as we speak. We really don't want Canadian steel, and we don't want Canadian aluminum and various other things because we want to be able to do it ourselves. And we, because of, past thinking of people, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. In other words, they have a surplus with us. And there's no reason for us to be subsidizing Canada. Canada's a place that will have to be able to take care of itself economically. I assume they can. I will tell you that Trudeau, when I spoke to him, I used to call him Governor Trudeau. I think that probably didn't help his election. But when I spoke to him, I said, so why are we taking your cars? Why are we taking we want to make them ourselves. He said, and if the price of your cars went up, or if we put a tariff on your cars of 25%, what would that mean to you? He said, that would mean the end of Canada. He actually said that to me. And I said, that's a strange answer, but I understand his answer. But no, I mean, it's hard to justify subsidizing Canada to the tune of maybe $200 billion a year. We protect Canada militarily, and we always will. We're gonna, that's not a money thing, but we always will. But, it's not fair. But why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year, or whatever the number might be? It's a very substantial number. And it's hard for the American taxpayer to say, gee whiz, we love doing that. Thank you very much. We're going to have a very
It's amazing how loud those journalists are. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride in it. This will freshen your breath, whiten your teeth, reduce inflammation at the gum line, help with the health of your gum line, and with proper oral hygiene, you are going to improve your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. A lot of people don't realize that when you get into your geriatric years and you have poor oral hygiene, it causes problems with valvular health and cardiovascular health. And unfortunately, many people that are in their later years of life, their oral hygiene really goes down. So it's important to have good oral hygiene throughout your adulthood life. Please go to my store and get this structural nano silver toothpaste. It's a very high quality toothpaste. It's literally the best toothpaste that you can get. Get a few tubes of this for your household and use this structural nano silver toothpaste. Get that better oral hygiene that you really do need. It's very important. And again, like I said, that toothpaste is the best toothpaste that you can buy. So get a few tubes of it for your household. Getting a probiotic is really important also. I have it in veggie cap form or in a powdered form. I usually take the powdered form. You notice that I was eating my lunch, and I have a very professional show, so compared to other shows. But I use the powder. All right, I mix it with my soft foods and the other powders that I take, like the Gladiator Barley and the Boomer Boost, the collagen, the lignans. But taking a good probiotic every day is very important. So you're going to reduce inflammation at the gut level. You're going to improve the absorption of your nutrients. You're going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. And having a good microbiotic environment for your gut is going to improve your immune system too. You'll also notice that your skin is healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these probiotics. Take them every day. Really important. It's a great foundation to start with and build off of. Now, I also partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we created these deodorant bars that are dual purpose for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. You use them as a deodorant every day, but they also will help to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality ingredients. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants that are all natural, dual purpose for males and females. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you will get a free gift until supplies last. Okay, let's I want to go to Fox News. They're talking about Israel capturing Gaza.
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment. No, seriously. Home Aglow will clean it for just $9. Home Aglow washes and folds.
Conferences next week. I'll also be going to Saudi Arabia, other places, going to UAE and Qatar, and some of you will be going with us, so have an interesting time.
The president's presence in the region comes as Israel just approved a plan to capture the entire Gaza Strip, holding captured territory until all of its war goals are met, including eliminating Hamas and freeing the remaining hostages. Daniel Flesch is a former senior advisor to Israel's mission at the United Nations, a former IDF paratrooper and visiting fellow in the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation. And he joins me now. Daniel, good morning to you. Approving this plan to capture the entire Gaza Strip and also calling up tens of thousands of reserve fighters to do so is a big deal. So tell us about the significance of this decision and how you think this will all play out.
Yes, well, good morning, Carly. Thank you for having me. This is Israel demonstrating its intent to finally take the one thing Hamas holds most dear, which is territory. Hamas demonstrates more than willing to sacrifice its own civilian population in Gaza. It does not care about its own survival, but really cares about territory, because how can you fight Israel and try to reclaim Palestine, as they call it, without territory? So this is demonstrating Israel's resolve to take that from them with a classic counterterrorism strategy of clearing, holding, and then building upon a territory. Now, each phase remains indeterminate at this point, but this is demonstrating Israel's resolve to finally take from Hamas territory, which could actually finally spell the beginning of the end of this war. And again, we know from the past two hostage or ceasefire negotiations and deals that were done, the one earlier this year and the first one in November of 2023, that military pressure brings Hamas to the negotiating table. Now Israel's showing that it will bring military pressure in addition to territorial pressure that perhaps could also receive the release of some more hostages.
And Israeli officials said that Hamas has until President Trump's Middle East visit next week to make a deal, or the next ramped up phase of this war and capturing territory will begin. The European Union, though, does not like this idea. They released a statement saying escalating would result in further casualties and suffering for the Palestinian population, and urged Israeli forces to exercise the utmost restraint. Israel is no stranger to pressure, and here it is again. I'm sure with your workings with the UN, you're not surprised by this comment, but what is your reaction to this pressure that Israel is once again facing from the international community?
You're right. I am not at all surprised by this comments from the Europeans. For many months last year, many in the international community, including Europe, including the UN, were saying that Gaza was facing starvation and a famine. That turned out to be false. Many, including the previous American administration, said that Israel cannot go into certain cities in Rafah without moving the civilian population to keep them out of harm's way. That proved out to be false. And if you look at the history of armed conflicts in the 21st century, Israel has far surpassed any sort of standards in ensuring that civilian casualties are kept to a minimum. So all the naysayers and all the other European communities and leaders out there who say that Israel should not be doing this, it is only because Israel has been defying those perceived warnings that is able to defeat Hamas, which is a threat not just to Israel, not just to the United States, but also to Europeans. So it is a good thing that Israel will not be heeding these warnings, that Israel needs to do what it can to defeat Hamas in this war for survival.
I mean, it's a big goal. And, as a former IDF paratrooper, just militarily, is it possible for Israel and the Israeli military to take over the entire Gaza Strip, get the Hamas fighters out, and keep the Israeli hostages safe in the end?
Certainly it'd be a difficult challenge, and it's not clear just yet if Israel needs to take over all of the Gaza Strip, for example. And that's obviously what's being discussed at this point, but we are not even into day one of this operations getting chariots just yet. In fact, as you mentioned earlier, it's supposed to start after President Trump leaves the region next week. So perhaps this is time for Hamas to actually want to negotiate some sort of ceasefire and release more hostages. But certainly Israel is more than capable of taking over conquering a territory like the Gaza Strip. It has in fact done that since October 7th when Hamas launched the war and invasion against Israel. And now it's just a matter of holding territory, which also could lead to the day after in Gaza. But again, the best thing for the Gazan people, the Israeli people, and for the world is to defeat Hamas, to see it rid of territory to control, and that's what this new strategy, this new operation seeks to do.
Hopefully the threat alone will get Hamas to the negotiating table. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your insight.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, so we're going to go back to Bloomberg, but before I do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAD Plus supplement. This will boost up your NAD Plus levels. That will help with increasing your energy levels, help to repair DNA damage, and protect your neurons. Extremely important to take this supplement if you're 40 years of age or older. Very important. Please go to my store and take that every day. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Most people that take CoQ10, you're taking the wrong type. You need Ubiquinol because it's the most bioavailable. You can't get a better CoQ10 than what I have in my hand right here. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get Ubiquinol. It's going to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria, so you're going to have more energy and healthier mitochondria, so your cells will perform better. And it protects neurons. Very important. Again, if you stack it, you get the max benefit. So stack NAD Plus and Ubiquinol to get the max benefit for neural protection. Very important. And let's talk about cardiovascular health and bone density. Nattokinase will help to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, and it will lower LDL, help to lower LDL levels and help to increase HDL levels, so your lipid profile will be improved. That's important for your cardiovascular health. Now, you can also help with your cardiovascular health by taking vitamin D3 and vitamin K2 MK7 molecule. By doing that, it's going to help pull some of that calcium that's been depositing around plaque formation in your vascular system and reduce the chances of further calcium depositing. So it's very important to take every day. Also do a little bit of cardio to get the good blood flow going. It stacks really well together, nattokinase, D3, and K2 for cardiovascular health. Now, vitamin D3 works better when you take it with magnesium. So make sure you have magnesium in your diet or through supplementation. You can get the magnesium through my vitamin C and magnesium and zinc supplement, or through the Boomer Boost powder that I have on my store. So you can get it 3 different ways. So also vitamin D3 and K2, when you do resistance training and vibration exercises, such as calf lifts, you're putting stress and vibration in your legs, in your bones in your leg, and then up into your hip and up through your spine. And by doing that, you're going to do a micro signal, and that micro signal is telling the body deposit more bone. Very important. You have these two main cells that model bone. It's osteoblasts and osteoclasts. Osteoblasts create new bone matrix. Osteoclasts eat bone matrix. When you get older, you have more osteoclasts, not blasts. So it's important to increase the number of osteoblasts. When you do that, you're going to be depositing more bone, and you send these micro signals. So it's proper supplementation and proper exercise that's going to help with building new bone. So take the D3, make sure you take magnesium in your diet and your supplementation to get higher efficacy for D3. And taking the K2, doing the resistance training and doing vibration exercises is going to allow for you to deposit more bone matrix. And over time, you're going to be able to have higher bone density. Really important. Now, vibration exercises are essential to accelerate the bone matrix depositing. So just make sure you do that. It's very simple. You just, do the calf lifts. So you just, go up on your toes and then come down. Make sure you are barefoot on a hard floor. And what that does is that your heel will hit the ground, not too hard, but a little bit, and you're creating a vibration up through your leg bones, into your hip, and up through your spine. And when you do that vibration, you do 50 of them a day. And that vibration will create a micro signal to create the osteoblasts and deposit new bone matrix. So it's really important. But also make sure you drink milk or take calcium supplements. I drink milk for my calcium intake. So vitamin D3, K2, exercises, and deposit bone matrix, and the D3, K2, and the nattokinase to help with cardiovascular health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. You spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right. Let's, all right, everybody's in a commercial. Everyone's in a commercial break right now. Let's go back to Al Jazeera here. They're talking about Sudan's port.
Of the residents of the city panicking and afraid of what is happening. Now, we know that the drones targeted the airport, a military airbase, a fuel depot, the main port, which is the main hub where humanitarians get their supplies, but where also market commodities and market goods come into the country through, as well as a power station leading to a blackout in the country. Now, it seems that the RSF is trying to send a message to the Sudanese army, which is based in the de facto capital in Port Sudan, that we can reach you wherever you are and reach your logistical and supply hubs, even if we don't have fighters on the ground. And these attacks come off the back of an attack by the Sudanese army using airstrikes on positions of the rapid support forces in the city of Niala in South Darfur, which is controlled by the paramilitary RSF. Nevertheless, the government says that they will continue to fight against the rapid support forces. The government spokesperson saying that this will not break the will of the Sudanese people. But it does seem to show that the conflict has evolved, that it no longer requires boots on the ground, fighters on the ground for either side to try to outwin the other. And it definitely shows that if the government and the army was able to regain control of large parts of Khartoum, they still don't have the upper hand, or a very much higher upper hand when it comes to the conflict and looking at the bigger picture at the entire country, and that the RSF still has fighting capabilities that can reach many parts of the country, even areas that have not been touched by the conflict previously. Hiba Morgan, Al Jazeera, Khartoum.
We're back in just a moment right here on Al Jazeera. We'll have much more of today's news and all the latest headlines for you.
Okay, so we're waiting for Bloomberg to come back online. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take a look at the turmeric. This will soak up free radicals and bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. That's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Ashwagandha root will help control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. That's going to bring down inflammation and help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Stacks very well with turmeric. And lignans is a powder. You get a small scooper, mix it with soft foods or with filtered water. Take it every day. What this does is brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals. It helps your immune system. This is great to take if you are working out. You take it before you work out and you'll recover quicker. And it helps with your endocrine system. So make sure you take lignans every day. Very important. Now, you stack these together and you're really supercharging your immune system. Turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans together. It's the third pillar of my core protocol. And by taking this, gonna boost up that immune system, you're gonna bring down that inflammation, and you're also reducing that inflammatory response in your vascular system. So that's gonna help with your reduction of plaque buildup. When you reduce inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of plaque, and over time, you can actually, plaque will actually slowly come down. You can never get rid of all of it, but you can diminish it, especially if you take a look at the cardiovascular box that I have. I've curated it in such a way where it will, over time, will help to bring down that plaque and reduce the chances of building up further plaque. But it's also about proper diet and proper exercise. That's really important to understand. It's not just supplementation, it's exercise, right? That means cardio, resistance, balancing exercises, and stretching on a regular basis. Make sure you filter your water, eat foods that are healthy for you, stay away from processed foods, get plenty of sleep, right? You need proper sleep. You also need proper mindfulness or spirituality. That's going to help calm your nervous system down. You want to get out of sympathetic mode and go into parasympathetic mode. So you're resting and calm. And you also want to learn new things. When you learn new things, you're going to help with your brain activity. So when you look at this in a holistic approach with the proper supplementation, you're going to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. Okay, with that, let's go to Bloomberg.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent repeated his warning that his department is on the warning track toward exhausting its capacity to stay within the federal debt limit. He did not say when that might happen. He also told the House Appropriations Committee that Treasury is still tallying the tax revenue from the latest filing season, and that Treasury will share with Congress when they're getting close to the default date. Friedrich Merz got the backing of a parliament in a second vote for Germany's next chancellor, coming as Germany's economy is stagnating and support for the far-right alternative for Germany is getting stronger. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with David Gura.
Amy, thank you very much. David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kayla Lyons here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio with Balance of Power, a fascinating vote, two fascinating votes, I should say, that took place in Germany today. Our focus now shifts to the White House, where a meeting is underway between President Trump and Prime Minister Mark Carney. The cameras have been moved out of the Oval Office. That will happen behind closed doors. There's a lunch to follow as well, but a lot of good spirits, I should say, in the room, in the Oval Office, as those two leaders sat in front of the fireplace and took a few questions from reporters. Paying close attention to that was our Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent here at Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. And Tyler, I'd love to just get your reaction to the way all of this unfolded. We were watching as Mark Carney got out of the car and walked into the White House. There was a handshake, there were waves, there was a fist raised as well. There seemed to be good spirits among these two leaders, and I wonder how that translated into the comments that you heard in the Oval Office a few moments ago.
Yeah, hey David, definitely the appearance of good spirits, but at the same time, President Trump did say that there was nothing that Mark Carney could say that would change the tariffs. Likely not welcome news for the Prime Minister as they embark on this first face-to-face meeting here at the White House. At the same time, though, President Trump was rather complimentary of Mark Carney, congratulating him on winning the election, which perhaps you know better than anyone who were on the ground in Ottawa. Mark Carney campaigned heavily on countering this White House and its trade policies. President Trump did add that he would love to see a deal with Canada, but ultimately there's been very little progress when it comes to these trade talks, at least publicly, and now it appears more uncertain than ever on what President Trump actually would like to see done. Now, when it does come to USMCA, you did allude to this at the top there. President Trump said that it has been effective. He called it a good deal for everyone, but that people need to follow it, saying that there could be subtle changes. Carney chimed in there saying that USMCA does need to change when those terms do expire in July. This is a really high-stakes meeting, David, considering that this is the first face-to-face meeting that these leaders have engaged in, and Mark Carney actually sort of tried to lower the expectations ahead of it, saying that he knows that these are going to be difficult talks, but he ultimately hopes constructive.
And the President, the Prime Minister talking kind of sweeping terms about both the relationship and the trade deal that's in place, the USMCA trade deal right now, talking about kind of nuance and subtlety. speaking kind of similar terms here about the issue of sovereignty, which I think is one that a lot of people were wondering sort of how the president would broach or what he would say about it over the course of that meeting. He said they were not going to be discussing it during their Oval Office meeting today or at that luncheon as well. Let me pull back, and there were some questions from reporters just about the state of play when it comes to trade deals and trade negotiations. A question specific about what kind of meetings may or may not have happened between the U.S. and China, the president responding to that, but also indicating that there are, as he put it, 25 countries who are lying in wait, eager to make a deal with the United States. I'd love to get your perspective on sort of where things stand on this broader issue of trade deals and trade negotiations between this White House and trading partners all over the world.
Right, definitely. And the numbers sort of keep shifting here, but one consistency is that officials keep pointing us to the fact that we could see potential agreements, framework agreements, as soon as this week. Of course, we're not expecting those fully fledged out deals that can take months to negotiate. And we had the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Capitol Hill earlier today actually saying that they are not currently in negotiations with China, but that he does think some of these priority countries that have been given priorities in these talks, including those Asian economies like Japan, South Korea, and India, could see these frameworks announced as soon as this week. He also gave us another timeline, which is that 80 to 90% of the top 15 trading partners could ultimately see deals by the end of this year. And that appears to be the broader goal when it comes to this administration. But there is, of course, just still so much uncertainty. Take Canada, for example. There was a long list of grievances here. President Trump highlighting two of them, talking about autos as well as energy. And that really reminds us that these countries that are negotiating, of course, the so-called reciprocal tariff plan, which does not apply to Canada. They were facing their own 25% tariff with USMCA exemptions separately. But all these countries are also facing those sector-specific tariffs. And that's going to be a very important theme going forward here, as this White House really does seem to put forward that these are going to be the more durable tariffs. As President Trump yesterday, David, said that in the next 2 weeks, we could see something added to that list when it comes to pharmaceutical-specific tariffs.
Tyler, great to get that update. Appreciate it. That's Tyler Kendall for us there at the White House. And just going back to that one question a reporter asked, is there anything that Mark Carney could say during the course of this meeting that would cause President Trump to remove those tariffs? President Trump said unequivocally, no. So we'll see how all of this progresses. It's a busy afternoon, a meeting, a lunch, and we're expected to hear from the Prime Minister of Canada as well as he holds a news conference a little later this afternoon, about 3 o'clock Washington time. We'll bring you headlines from that as that unfolds as well. President having a number of events on his schedule as well. Tyler Kendall, just a moment ago, mentioning Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. He was in California yesterday in Beverly Hills for the Milken Institute's Global Conference and delivered remarks directed squarely at some of the most important investors here in the U.S. and around the world. And that's where we're going to return now. My colleague, Shonali Bosick, who's the anchor of Open Interest on Bloomberg Television, and our chief Wall Street correspondent is there. She's been conducting a series of important interviews over the course of these last few days. She has another one teed up now here with Bill Pulte, who's the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, an agency that oversees Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, at a very pivotal moment for those two institutions. I'm going to toss it to her now in Beverly Hills, California, at the Global Conference. Shonali?
Yeah, David, thank you very much for your time. I am alongside Bill Pulte here, a number of members of the administration here at the Milken Global Institute. But Bill Pulte is, of course, the FHFA director, oversees Fannie and Freddie. A big question for Americans as well.
We're going to go back to Al Jazeera and their take on Trump. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen has an amino acid profile shown on the screen. You can take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is a dual-purpose product. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails. It'll also help with your bones, your musculature, and your joints. So take this every day. You get a big scooper. This is a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, or smoothie. Some people mix it with milk. Take it every day. Really important. Now, you can also get from my store structural nano silver gel. It's a dual purpose product. You can get it in a tube form or in a quick dispenser. Make sure you have some of this at work and at home. You never know when you need it. Like I said, it's dual purpose. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn to help heal it quicker. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. They'll stay active for 5.5 hours. And you can use it as an aftershave. So, and help heal that razor burn. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gel. If you start getting a stuffy nose because of allergy season, a great way to reduce that inflammation and that soreness is to put some of the gel in your nostrils, lightly coat it. If you have copious nasal drip, a way to kind of mitigate that issue is to put the gel in your nostrils, and that'll help to prevent that copious nasal drip. So, like I said, structural nanosilver gel is dual purpose. You need some available at all times. You never know when you need it. And again, you can use it as a daily skincare. This is in my anti-aging skincare box, beginners and advanced. And in that box, you get the structural nanosilver gel, the vitamin C, and the collagen. And you drink filtered water to cross-link the vitamin C and the collagen to help with the dermal layer. The topical layer is for the treatment for your topical layer is done by the structural nanosilver gel. And your basal layer can be treated with the you can improve your basal layer health by taking C60 and resveratrol. And that's in the advanced box for the skincare. And that advanced box also has the collagen, the vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver gel. Make sure you drink about 64 ounces of water. If you can't drink 64 ounces of water, that's just too much for you, then make sure you drink 32 ounces of filtered water throughout the day. Really important for your skin and to help with the cross-linking between the vitamin C and the collagen. So that's a great way for skin health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nanosilver gel, and either in the quick dispenser or in the tube form, and get the very high quality collagen that I have. All right, I want to go to Al Jazeera and how they were covering Trump's speech here.
His position, saying that there's nothing that the Prime Minister can tell him that may lead to a change in his position. However, both leaders say that tariffs is not the sole focus of the conversation here. The major topic of the conversation is in a far wider context. It's talking about the nature of the future relationship between Canada and the United States. And it's also mentioned, as well, as always, we do have at times got to fact check the president. The claim that the US subsidizes Canada to the tune of $200 billion a year is simply utterly false. Canada is the US's second major trading partner, and in some areas, the US has a trade surplus with Canada. In the automobile and parts sector, for example, the US exports more than it imports from Canada. So this idea, as well, as President Trump said, of the massive trade deficit that the US has with Canada, this once again is utterly false. The US does not have a massive trade deficit with Canada. It is the second smallest trade deficit it has with any other nation that it trades with. So those are just some areas that one has got to be careful with and clarify. And whether he carries that type of figure or misleading data into his conversation with the Prime Minister, his private conversation, that may prove very difficult in terms of coming into any form of agreement in the conversation that is happening now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike Hanna, reporting from Washington, D.C. Israeli attacks on a school in central Gaza have killed at least 20 people. Warplanes carried out 2 consecutive airstrikes on the school in Al Burej refugee camp. This place.
All righty, so let's take a look at some of the other news that's popping up in the All right, Times Radio is talking about White House Security Council gutted of competency. Showing audio released from radar outage at Newark Airport. I'm not covering that. Let's go to Chinese companies are moving to this red state to evade Trump tariffs. All right, here we go.
Only their second loss this season. Both have been. Look at this. It's an op-ed I'm reading it to you. President Trump's Alaska pipeline could fuel America's energy needs and his legacy. Rick Perry is a former energy secretary and former governor of Texas, and he joins me now. Mr. Secretary, what's the progress on this pipeline? Are we going to build it, and how long is it going to take?
Sure. Honored to be on with you this morning. Yes, it's going to get built. Mike Dunleavy, the governor of Alaska, has been supportive of this for some time now. Even previous administration put a stop on all the fossil fuel projects, if you will. Think about liquefied natural gas permitting that was literally stopped in its tracks during these Biden years. And the President Trump is now fast-tracking those, getting the fossil fuel business back. And here's the reason why. We are in this massive race to see who gets to the goal line first on the AI-driven data centers. And those are massive energy hogs, so to speak. You got to have a lot of energy to drive.
And that looks like we temporarily lost the picture and the sound there. We're going to work tirelessly to replace it as we try to get Rick Perry back again. I'm going to check the markets for you. We still got, I'm sure Rick Perry's going to come back. You can't miss this guy. So look at the market briefly. Dow's down 160 points. It'd been down a whole lot more than that earlier. And same as the NASDAQ. It's down 95. It had been down much more. I understand. We have Secretary Perry, but yes, we do indeed. All right, I'm going to call you Governor from here on out. Governor Perry, you're telling me that this pipeline is vital to America's energy needs because of all the electricity, the juice we need for AI data centers. Keep going, please.
Yeah, and so whoever gets there first is going to win this. And the president understands that. That's the reason that you're going to see these fossil fuel and small modular reactors being built all across the country, because that's the base load that you have to have. You know, wind and solar is fine, but they're unreliable, they're intermittent, and these data centers demand power all the time. There can't not be any hiccups, so to speak. So this big pipeline up in Alaska is a great example of big projects that we need for the massive energy that we're going to need to drive these AI data centers, and the president understands that. And America's going to win this race. You know, you're going to have Mike Rowe on here in a minute, and Mike Rowe gets this as well as anybody. There are two limiting factors for these data centers. One's the power, and the other one is the tradesmen and women who are going to build them. And if we don't get focused on building out the trades and incentivizing kids to go into the trades, rather than going off to college and getting a 4-year degree in wokeism and having a big debt, we understand that for America to really lead the charge on this, we've got to have the tradesmen and women there, and we've got to have the energy, and we can do this in America. It is the modern day Manhattan Project that we have in front of us. We did it before, we'll do it again.
Secretary, the woke is really out, isn't it? Okay, a growing number of Chinese manufacturers, I am told, are moving to America, to states like Texas and Nevada. They want to avoid the effects of Trump's tariffs. Is that what you're seeing in Texas, Governor?
Well, certainly there's some China interest in Texas and other states as well. I get that. What we have to be careful of is make sure that, you know, the Chinese have been taking advantage of us for years. All the way back to the 90s, Stuart. They were stealing our technology. They were not playing by the rules. And we're open for business. But you better come here and you better play within our rules. And if we catch you cheating, you're going to pay a huge price. So anybody's welcome to come to Texas to invest in this great economy here that Governor Abbott and the legislature has put in place. But if you can't follow our rules and regulations, and if you try to cheat, if you try to spy on us in our military bases, for instance, there's going to be hell to pay.
There's a big debate about whether Chinese investors should be allowed to buy American farmland. Would you keep them out of farmland in Texas?
I think you need to have some pretty good guardrails up so that the people that come and buy land here understand the rule of law. They understand the philosophy that we have for freedom in this country. And if you try to work around it, we're not going to play with it.
Got it. Secretary Perry, Governor Perry, thanks very much for joining us. It's always a pleasure. Come back and see you.
Yes, sir. God bless you, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Let's take a look at another thing here. I want to play Times Radio. This is Bolton talking about the chaos that's going on, but I want to go over this Ukrainian drone attack. Ukrainian drones attack Moscow, halting fights ahead of major military parade. So that's from CNN. Let's go to that video. But before we do, I want to.
At Zippy Shell, we make moving and storage simple. Whether you're moving and plan to do it yourself, or need more services, like help with loading and unloading for emergency services.
All right, before we do this Ukrainian thing, there is definitely a major hit in Sudan, at the Sudan port. Al Jazeera is playing it right now. I want to listen in on that.
The city, which was one of the safest since the conflict began, the attacks caused panic in Port Sudan.
I see that the RSF are targeting strategic areas. In this way, the greatest harm is to the people. Just now, I came from the gas station. It's overcrowded. So fuel will be scarce in the coming days. Gas will also be scarce too, so we are headed to a period of severe inflation in addition to the current inflation.
The entire issue is really strange. In any war, armed men are fighting one another. But in our case, it's civilians who are being targeted. Harm is inflicted upon us, civilians, not on the army or the RSF.
All right, so we're gonna pivot over to Ukraine and this drone strike. What is interesting in the market, that the 10-year bond issuance took place and it bid up, so the price of the 10-year bond went up. That 10-year bond price is at 113.15. So the yields, I think, are about 4.3, something like that. So here again, people are buying the 10-year while the market is slightly sold off in the equity market. The equity market is at, right now, the S&P 500 is 5,613.88. It's down about 36 points. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack that's really important to help with your digestive health, your muscles, your immune system, and your cardiovascular. So if you stack this together, you get a lot of benefit for different systems in your body. So in terms of your musculature, taking Myotrol is going to help to build muscle and to maintain muscle and help with the health of your mitochondria. You need lots of ATP to maintain muscle. When you get older, you start to atrophy and you start to lose muscle, and it's harder to gain muscle. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking Myotrol every day. So, and make sure you do some resistance training to build that muscle and maintain it. It stacks really well with Gladiator Barley that's on my store to help build muscle. You can also take Myotrol if you're a younger or older athlete to help improve your strength gains for your sport. So take it every day. Now, olive leaf extract helps to bring down inflammation. That's important for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And olive leaf extract helps to improve your lipid profile by bringing down LDL and helping raise your HDL levels. And that way, you're reducing the chances of LDL being oxidized, reducing the chances of plaque buildup. Really important to take every day. So you're helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And digestive enzyme complex helps to reduce the load on your pancreas. When you get older, your pancreas doesn't perform as well. It doesn't matter how healthy you are. So, and your pancreas does a lot for your body, and it produces enzymes to break up food. So digestive enzyme complex will help you to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, reduce the load on your pancreas, and you'll be able to absorb your nutrients easier. So less load on your digestive system. If you're an athlete, take digestive enzyme complex when you take your pre or post-workout fuel source to help break up your fuel source to reduce the load on your pancreas. So if you're an athlete, take it. If you're not an athlete and you're older, take it. It's really important. So to stack the digestive enzyme complex to reduce the load on your pancreas,
And so you can digest your proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. Olive leaf extract to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system, and Myotrol to help with your muscles. Stack these together, and this is a great way to slow down that aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Stack these the way I'm telling you to get the max benefit. You can get healthy in 2025 if you just pay attention and follow my lead. These are supplements that I take every day. Now, I know that someone can't afford to take everything I take, all right? I understand that. That's the reason why I'm giving you discounts. I create these anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes at different price points, at discounts. And by getting those products, and I'm telling you how to stack them to get the max benefit, you'll be able to get healthy. So please follow my lead and improve your health. That's the best way to improve your individual health, but to improve the health of the society. If we can reduce the number of chronic illnesses that are self-induced in the United States, we will turn the tide on healthcare costs. Okay, let's go to Bloomberg here.
Between their countries and the United States.
Yeah, this president is particularly good at orchestration of the presidency, and he likes heads of state to come, be greeted at the White House, sit in the Oval Office, hear from them, reporter questions, make statements. He drives a lot of press this way. It'll dominate our day, this kind of dialogue. And then, sit down and either one, like today, build a new relationship, or two, hammer out agreements, or at least create a process where there can be an agreement. And obviously, right now, trade is the number one issue, but it could be national security. It could be all kinds of different issues on a geopolitical basis. But President Trump really likes to orchestrate the presidency. I mean, remember, the first thing out of his mouth, hey, what do you think of my new decorations? 24 karat gold. But they look great. I mean, that's the opening gambit in two heads of state from neighboring countries where there's been a lot of tension. So he likes the show. He puts on a good show. Sometimes it's a positive one, like today with Mark Carney, sort of repairing a new relationship with Canada. We don't need to have that kind of tension going on, especially during the Stanley Cup playoffs. But it can go the other way. And, Vladimir Zelensky experienced the downside to that meeting is if you don't pay attention, take the cues, like Mark Carney did today, then it could blow up in your face. I mean, Mark Carney had a moment there where he was about to interrupt, and you could see he barely talked, and then realized, whoops, I'm just going to retreat back into my seat and let the show continue.
He did have that great line about Canada not being for sale, saying, that President Trump appreciates real estate and knows real estate, and there are some properties in the world that are not for sale, decidedly not for sale. The White House, Buckingham Palace, and Canada, they're in that trifecta. I've been remiss in focusing so much on the White House and not on the goings-on on Capitol Hill, so I want to turn there now because, of course, there's this race underway among Republicans on the Hill, on the House side in particular, to find some agreement here, move that reconciliation process forward. And we had a meeting of the Republican conference, this morning on Capitol Hill. And afterward, we heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson just on the status of those talks and the progress that's being made. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
The intention was to work through some of the final details, but we realized that we were still awaiting some key numbers on calculations on some of the provisions with tax and some of the other details. And it just made sense for us to push pause for a week to make sure that we do this right. We didn't want to move this quickly, speed for the sake of speed. We want to get it right. And so everybody in the room agreed that it made sense for us to do that.
Rick Davis, I want your thoughts on Republican realism there. And I think we got a glimpse of that from the House Speaker. He's talked about Memorial Day being a target. We've heard Independence Day, July 4th being floated as well. As you look at the timetable, what makes sense to you as you kind of assess the progress that is or isn't being made among Republicans in Congress?
Yeah, in order to translate, get it right, what it really means to the American public is we don't have the votes. Otherwise, they would charge forward with these committees. This week, there were supposed to be markups in committees like agriculture to hammer out things related to programs like the SNAP program, how we feed people under the poverty line. And so the fact is that there's been enough members out publicly, you can count them just in the press, that they wouldn't have a vote that could pass any of these amendments, and some really intractable things like Jeannie's favorite tax, the SALT tax. There is not unanimity within the Republican caucus as to what to do with that or how to pay for it. It's not in the current marks, and so I think that's what he's talking about. Is we've got to figure out what that number's going to be, and then maybe try to round up some votes between now and the 4th of July.
About that favorite tax of yours, or the SALT tax, Jenny, sir, how does the leadership of the Republicans in the House get his raucous caucus on board with this? In other words, you had that meeting this morning. It seems like there still isn't a lot of unanimity or agreement going forward here. Just give us a sense of sort of how formidable that challenge is and what it's going to be as you see it that would get all the Republicans in line to vote for this bill.
You know, I like that descriptor, David, raucous caucus, because that really is an apt way to sort of encapsulate what is going on here. You've got these, groups in the Republican Party that are really drawing red lines. And one of them met last night, and that was the hardliners, the budget hawks, who are saying the GOP leadership, the Senate, they're not doing enough to address the deficit. And of course, we've heard from these folks all along. But then, as Rick mentioned, you have my favorite, the moderates from the SALT area, the SALT caucus, as we call them. They want that cap raised. They simply can't get reelected without it. Then you have the Medicaid defenders. So, you can go on and on. There's even the IRA people, the people who are saying, hey, wait a minute, we want the IRA protected. We know that was Joe Biden's work, but quite frankly, it helped our constituents. We can't vote to rob them of what they got out of the IRA. So how Mike Johnson threads this needle is the big question here. I don't know how he does it, but as he started off with an Easter deadline, Memorial Day, and now July 4th, it seems that he's hitting all the major holidays. So I'll go with Labor Day. I think what they'll get is probably the 2017 tax extension. But I am not convinced they get much more than that. But of course, if they don't, just look at the deficit hawks. What do they do then? They're not going to be happy. So I wouldn't like to be Mike Johnson right now. He's got a really, really hard uphill battle trying to get this done.
I suppose a less celebrated or celebratory holiday is the X date, which we still don't know when that's going to happen here, but that could be a forcing mechanism as well for some action on Capitol Hill. And we heard the Treasury Secretary talk about that, speak about it, warn about it today, but does not yet, he's not yet offering a definitive sense of when that X date is going to be. Rick, I'm going to take advantage of you being here to help me prep for an interview I have a little bit later today. I'm going to talk to the chair of the House Budget Committee, Jody Arrington, on Capitol Hill. What do you want to hear from him? Help me break a little news here as he kind of watches all of this unfold in other committees. What does he want to see get done? What does he need to do?
Yeah, obviously the biggest challenge that Chairman Arrington's got is to reconcile all these pieces, the Agriculture Committee, the Energy and Commerce, in order to get the cost cuts close to $2 trillion that the conservatives are demanding in order to pass this bill. That's the number one. But number two is he doesn't have a deal with his Senate counterpart, Lindsey Graham. They have less than $200 billion in cuts in their budget. Now, how you go from $2 trillion to $200 million is a very, very strange combination. And I'd say, how do you, I get that you can pass a bill. How do you actually reconcile it with the Senate?
Judy, you want to weigh in on this as well? Give me a little fodder here, a little grist for that interview. So what are you most interested in as you kind of watch all of this unfold? And I should say, that does seem to be the tack of Democrats here as these negotiations take place. They don't have a whole lot of power. They're not, shall we say, actively involved in these conversations or these negotiations.
That's right. Not a lot you can do when you are out of office. So you just get your popcorn, you sit back, and you watch the fireworks. I think for Chairman Arrington, I think one of the big questions that I have is what are his red lines? As it pertains to cutting the deficit, it's something that he has talked so vocally and so long about. Where is he going to be in terms of what is not enough? As obviously chairman, he's also got to deal with these caucuses I was just mentioning. How do you deal with those? And of course, the big question here, I think, from the Democratic perspective is if they do need to call on Democrats to raise the debt ceiling, which is something many Republicans haven't been willing to do. What are they willing to give away or negotiate on, if anything? So those are my big three, David. I can't wait to hear the interview. I know it's going to break a lot of news.
Thank you very much. Gina Shianzano, thank you very much for your time today. Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. My thanks to Rick Davis as well, partner at Stone Court Capital, both of them, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributors, giving us for some perspective here what's happening on the one end of Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House as we have the president meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada behind closed doors, and what's been happening up on Capitol Hill as well as Republicans are tackling reconciliation and trying to get that big, beautiful bill into
Let's go to Ukraine with this drone strike.
Russian officials say a Ukrainian drone attack on Moscow forced several of the city's airports to close. So far, Moscow's mayor says there have been no reports of serious damage or casualties. However, emergency services are working to clear down drones from roadways. Joining us now live from London is CNN's Claire Sebastian. Good morning to you, Claire. So what more are you learning about this attack on Moscow?
This is the second straight night that we've seen drones attacking Russia, including Moscow. This night, the defense ministry says 105 drones were shot down over multiple different regions, making it the larger of these two consecutive nights of attacks. About a dozen airports had to temporarily introduce flight restrictions, including 4 in Moscow, so some significant disruption there. But as you say, damage is pretty limited. No reports of casualties in any of these regions as of yet. But I think if you look at recent commentary and at past Ukrainian drone attacks, destruction isn't always the point here, given that we had comments over the weekend from President Zelensky saying that he couldn't make any guarantees to foreign leaders heading to Russia's Victory Day celebrations at the end of this week, given that Xi Jinping, the Chinese premier, is set to arrive in Moscow on Wednesday. I think this is quite likely designed to send a message, and we haven't had anything officially from Ukraine as of yet, but that this is one way that Ukraine can embarrass Russia, can undermine its sense of security, can undermine its efforts to use the victory celebration to build public support for its war in Ukraine. And as Ukraine tries to, call on its allies, especially the US, to ramp up pressure on Moscow to agree not to a 3-day ceasefire over Victory Day, but to a 30-day ceasefire. This is one way I think Ukraine can take matters into its own hands. Agree?
All right, thanks to Claire Sebastian joining us live from London with that. Well, Ukraine says its troops still have a presence in Russia's Kursk region and hold a buffer zone in the border areas. Last month, Russian President Vladimir Putin claimed that his forces had defeated the Ukrainian incursion there, and they were aided by troops from North Korea. CNN's Will Ripley has more on that.
It was the worst-kept secret of the war in Ukraine. For months, North Korea and Russia denied teaming up on the battlefield, even as the evidence and casualties began piling up. Ukraine said they had a hard time capturing North Korean soldiers alive, claiming they blew off their own faces with grenades, choosing death over the risk of exposing the mission. Then, seemingly out of the blue,
Comrade Kim Jong-un decided on our armed forces' participation in the war and informed the Russian side.
North Korean troops in Kursk, honored on state TV, praised as selfless warriors, shedding blood to defend a brother nation. Kim Jong-un invoking a rarely cited mutual defense clause, saying Russian territory was under attack, and North Korea answered the call.
What other reasons would there be for both of them to reveal this essentially at the same time?
Right now, the Trump factor is perhaps paramount. They've got a strong alliance. They have some leverage.
That leverage may have come at a cost. Ever since Kim and Russian President Vladimir Putin signed their sweeping military pact in Pyongyang, U.S. and South Korean officials say at least 12,000 North Korean troops have been rotated into Russia. South Korea's National Intelligence Service estimates 5,000 North Korean casualties, including at least 600 deaths.
Even in a country with such restrictions on information, North Korea wouldn't be able to hide that many casualties from its people.
Definitely not. And that may have been a big factor in why they had to come clean.
CNN obtained handwritten battlefield notes from a dead North Korean soldier, revealing early days on the ground filled with loyalty but not clarity. Diaries from 2 captured North Korean soldiers revealed many didn't know where they were or why they were fighting. The North Koreans even carried notes about using soldiers as bait in a drone attack. But Ukraine says the North Koreans are learning fast, in real time, mastering drone warfare, artillery coordination, 21st century battlefield tactics, more valuable and deadly than decades of military drills. There's even talk of North Korean soldiers marching in Russia's Victory Day parade next week. Whether or not Kim shows up, the message to Trump is clear. North Korea is no longer on the sidelines. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
I don't think North Korea is a strong military. They're still living in the 1950s. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. This will reduce the brain fog. It'll allow you to concentrate on tasks at work, in school. If you're retired, it'll allow you to focus on cognitive tasks, really important. It'll help to support memory, and you're going to get more firing of your neurons and have that positive neuroplasticity, really important for your neural health. This stacks really well with ubiquinol, NAD+, resveratrol, and C60. Take it every day to help with your neural health and to get rid of that brain fog and to allow yourself to concentrate. Now, taking multivitamin every day is really important. This multivitamin is easy to digest and has the vitamins in here as cofactors for enzymatic activity. So your cell performs at optimal levels. Really important for your overall health and a great foundation. Take this with a probiotic as a great foundation and build off of it. Add supplements to it to customize your supplement protocol. Take it every day, very important. And vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins helps with the health of the mitochondria, so you have more energy. This will help with cellular metabolism and also to protect your neurons. B12 helps to protect your neurons. So you can stack, a great way to stack to help with your neural health and your energy levels and your enzymatic activity and your brain function is to stack clarity factor, a multivitamin, and vitamin B complex. You can take them separately, but like I said, you get max benefits when you stack stuff the way I'm telling you to stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the multivitamin, the B complex, and the clarity factor. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order.
Former Ambassador Bruce Heyman, former U.S. Ambassador to Canada, spent about 4 years in Ottawa on behalf of the United States. Before that, he was a partner at Goldman Sachs, which is where I should say Mark Carney spent a good chunk of his career as well. He joins us from the global conference that the Milken Institute is convening out in Beverly Hills, California. I know you were busy with all the goings on there out in California. Probably didn't get to watch those comments, but I look at what you posted on X yesterday. You wrote, "Big day tomorrow for Canada-USA relations." Ambassador Heyman, help us understand the importance of this moment and what you hope will come out of this meeting taking place between President Trump and Prime Minister Carney.
So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. There is no more important relationship that the United States has than with Canada. It is our best trading partner. Yes, it is, regardless of what you hear. It's our ally. It's our neighbor to the north. And Canada has always been there for us in our time of need, in our darkest hours, 9/11, Iran hostage crisis, storms. We just saw it recently in California where they sent the water carriers in to pour water over the fires in Southern California. Look, Canada's always been there for us, and I think what's happened over this last 110 days has been jarring, unsettling, and upsetting to Canadians, and rightfully so. I think today's meeting is a beginning of a reset moment. I would say beginning, but I would say everybody was watching. The body language, the handshake at the beginning, the Oval Office, where I've been in that Oval Office.
And DrPaulCottrell has been watching and looking at the market as Trump speaking. And guess what? The S&P 500, ever since they stopped their
taking questions. The S&P 500 has been going down. So we're at 5,604 right now for the S&P 500. It's down about 46 points right now. That's about 0.78%. The VIX is ticking up. It's around 24.91, and oil has been going down. It's at 59.22. We're almost at $60 a barrel during the talk. Intraday trading for oil has been at the high point, was at 59.84. BITO is trading at 19.975. And again, like I said, the 10-year Treasury sale was good and bid up. Prices are up for the bond, 10-year bond, and yields I think were settled at about 4.3 something. All right, let's continue.
Flights booked over the next several months from Canada on a pleasure basis or social basis to the US are down 75%. The purchasing of American goods is not happening, whether it's in liquor stores, grocery stores, or otherwise. I mean, people are upset in Canada, and I think we need to find a pathway to fix this, and I think this is a good day to start.
I should say I just flew back from Montreal in the airport.
But he forgot to tell you in 1990s, they shipped the tool and die industry out of Detroit and into Windsor, Canada. And that was the beginnings of the destruction of the economic clustering of the Midwest, brought to you by NAFTA. But the Canadians are so, so great. Yeah, right.
Well, they're not going to talk about sovereignty over the course of their meeting at the White House today. What to you would constitute a success? So we've seen the kind of good, very evident visuals that these two men are seemingly getting along well. What tangibly would you like to see or hear about when these meetings conclude?
So I do not anticipate an agreement being waved in the air. That should not be anticipated. And I do not anticipate that all things will be healed. We've heard that even in the early conversations with regard to presidents still wanting tariffs and the back and forth that's going on. But we need a framework in which the two countries can sit down with respective sides behind closed doors and sit down and discuss a path forward and work on a constructive give and take. And let's get this bilateral trading agreement fixed and updated and in an expeditious way. USMCA, which was the president's agreement, is up for review next year. And so why wait till all the way through to next year to review that? In my opinion, that review should begin post-haste. And we should sit down and figure this out so that we can get an agreement that everybody's comfortable with. So business leaders here at Milken Institute and throughout the United States can get comfortable investing in Canada, which they should be. I think it's an amazing investment opportunity to be investing in Canada today. And I am encouraging people. I also think it's an incredible opportunity to go visit Canada. And, what a beautiful country. And if you want to have an international travel experience and take your family or friends, go to Canada. I think you'll really have a wonderful time.
Bruce Haven, I want to ask you lastly for your perspective or insight into who Mark Carney is. As I mentioned, a colleague of yours at Goldman Sachs, somebody that I know you've observed when he was in his role as a kind of technocratic personality in Canada, running the Bank of Canada, and then, of course, running the Bank of England as well. He's a political novice, something he touted often when he was on the campaign trail. Just give us some insight here into how he approaches thorny issues like this one, this seemingly intractable one, sort of what you're going to be watching for, what we should be paying attention for in terms of how he kind of comports himself and approaches this job.
So everybody should know this is a serious person. He is smart. He is well educated from Harvard to Oxford. He has had incredible jobs leading the Bank of Canada during the financial crisis, leading the Bank of England during Brexit. He sat on some of the most significant boards from Bloomberg to Brookfield. He is a seriously smart and effective and experienced person. To sit at this moment is an important moment because that's what we're talking about: global trade, tariffs, economy. So he comes in with a great deal of competency. He also has a sense of humor, and he also, has a love of music, and he is a balanced, wonderful person. I think this is a good leader for Canada at this moment. And I think the Canadians are going to be proud of what he does in these meetings with Donald Trump, which are not easy. We've seen many leaders come in and out of that Oval Office and have very different experiences. And I think that this is at least setting up to be a very good one for the Canada-U.S. relationship.
Bruce Hennon, thank you very much. He was for about 4 years our man in Ottawa. He joined us from the Milken Institute's Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California. Very grateful for his time on this Tuesday as that meeting between the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Canada wraps up. Over on Capitol Hill, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was testifying today before a House panel on all manner of issues, and something he talked about over the course of that testimony was the so-called X date, when the U.S. is going to hit its borrowing limit. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
We will share with Congress when we believe we are approximating that date. So that will be forthcoming. But I will tell you, just as an outfielder running for a fly ball, we are on the warning track. And when you're on the warning track, it means the wall's not far away.
The wall is not far away. For some more insight into this, I want to bring in Dan Flatley. He covers the Treasury Department and Secretary Bessent for us here at Bloomberg News. Dan, great to see you in person. There is a hunger on Capitol Hill, especially among Republicans, as negotiations over.
I would not be surprised that it's 3 months. What do you mean by that?
Today, but from your reporting of, when we're going to get insight into that, and sort of where on the calendar it might fall.
Yeah, David, it's a great question, and actually it was a Republican who asked Secretary Bessent this question in the hearing today.
May, June,
and
July.
Sort of disappointed us all
July.
by saying, we don't have that yet, or we're not prepared to share that. Although we had a very interesting comparison to an outfielder running for the fly ball, as we heard there. I think that he has said in the past, and Treasury has said sometime in the first half of May. So obviously we're in that window right now. Why this matters is because Congress, as you well know, David, needs a deadline in order to get anything done. And the X date really is like the deadline of deadlines, because Bessent, later on in his testimony, made a point of saying the U.S. will not default on its debt, will not breach the debt ceiling ultimately, will pay its obligations, and that is what you'd expect him to say, but still a very important thing for him to say. And so when you're talking about the tax bill that the Republicans are working on, when you're talking about revenue from tariffs that they're looking at, when you're talking about all of the things that are happening with the economy, it really kind of comes down to that, what we call the X date. So we didn't get it today. We may get it any day now, really. And so we're all sort of on tenterhooks waiting. And so, he's keeping us in suspense.
We had Nathan Dean on a little earlier, and he referred to Scott Bessent as the calmer in chief. That's the role that he's playing in this administration. We certainly saw that on display in California yesterday when he talked to global investors. Was it the same Scott Bessent in that hearing room today? So what's the role as you see it that he's playing as he kind of communicates this president's, economic vision, but also sort of gives a status update on the president's economic agenda?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it was during his confirmation hearing, one of the senators remarked to him that he must have a pulse rate of about 40 beats per minute. So he does kind of project this very calm, cool, collected affect. At times, I think that caught some members off guard. They wanted him to be maybe a little bit more animated. When you heard some of the questioning from Democrats, they wanted him to answer some of their questions and wanted him to do it quickly. And so, he uses kind of that, that demeanor to his advantage in those types of scenarios. But certainly he has kind of played this role of calming the markets. We did see stocks pare some of their losses. After he spoke on trade, he mentioned that he thinks that 80 to 90% of the trade deals that they're sort of actively working on could be negotiated by the end of the year. We're hearing different timelines, obviously, on these trade deals, and we haven't yet seen one materialize. And then, of course, President Trump came out later and said that, he's going to negotiate these deals on his own terms, and he's not looking at lowering tariff rates necessarily. So maybe some good cop, bad cop, maybe some of a calming force, some of a more energetic, some might say chaotic force. That certainly seems to be part of the strategic uncertainty, to use a phrase that Secretary Bessent used today, to try to bring some of these deals over the finish line. But I think that he played his role relatively well today in terms of answering questions before the House Appropriations Committee. Tomorrow he'll go before the House Financial Services Committee, much bigger panel, a little bit more raucous in terms of the questions that he's expected to get. And so we may see him pressed on some of these issues a little bit more than he was today.
Very quickly, just about 30 seconds. We've talked about his role with investors on Capitol Hill. How about in these trade talks themselves? What's his remit, or what is he focusing on?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, he kind of inserted himself really into the middle of a lot of these trade talks, including with Japan, which he has history with as an investor. He's now kind of taking a little bit of a step back. He was asked the other day, saying the U.S. trade representative is handling a little bit more of the details and stuff like that. But the officials from Japan were at Treasury last week, so he's still very much involved.
Very much involved. We'll look forward to your coverage of the hearing tomorrow. Dan Flatley, thank you very much. Dan Flatley covers the Treasury Department for us here at Bloomberg News, and we did hear from the Treasury Secretary about the status of those talks between the U.S. and China. He indicated those negotiations are not underway, and that was certainly the question that was asked of the president during that prelude to the meeting that he's having with Prime Minister Mark Carney and the President of the United States, saying no negotiations have taken place, but they do want to meet. China does want to meet with the U.S. Continue to follow those meetings at the White House. Prime Minister.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. The Goodnight Formula is going to help you get into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That's going to help to consolidate memory. You'll be well rested, and it's going to help to detoxify your central nervous system. Very important to get a good night's sleep, to slow down the aging process, and to keep your neurons healthy. Very important. Being chronically sleep deprived elevates your cortisol levels, brings down your immune system, you're not detoxifying your central nervous system, and you can get early onset of dementia. So guess what? Get some sleep and make sure that you take the Goodnight Formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Resveratrol. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of your mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. It helps with youthful gene expression. That's part of the reason why when you take resveratrol, you age slower. This stacks really well with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. Also, clarity factor. So resveratrol, very important to take. It also helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. So take it every day. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. So like I said, you get the max benefits out of resveratrol when you stack it with C60, NAD+, or ubiquinol. And omega-3 to help with your cardiovascular health and bring down systemic inflammation. When you're bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque buildup. When you're improving your lipid profile, you're reducing plaque buildup. Omega-3 is going to help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Really important. Because less LDL, less oxidized LDL, less oxidized LDL, less plaque. Really simple. Omega-3 also prevents overclotting. What it does is it prevents the red blood cells from sticking too much. So this works really well if you're concerned about clotting. That's the reason why during the 2020 crisis, I said to take omega-3. People that listened to me fared a lot better. So guess what? Stack them together. Resveratrol, help with that youthful gene expression and help with the health of the mitochondria and get rid of cells that are in senescence. The omega-3 to help with your cardiovascular health, and Goodnight Formula to get you into the 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, to detoxify your central nervous system, and to consolidate memory. So for brain health, very important to take the Goodnight Formula, omega-3 for your cardiovascular, and resveratrol to soak up those free radicals and to do that youthful gene expression. All right, with that, let's go to Times. Yeah, let's go to Times Radio and see what they have to say about Trump.
A great bathroom begins with an even greater.
I like to say on.
Too many commercials.
a crisis of confidence, and I just don't see that HCEF can last much longer without causing real damage certainly within the uniformed ranks at the Pentagon.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. Today we've had John Bolton on the show. He's, of course, Donald Trump's former national security advisor. He's also the U.S. ambassador to the UN. He's joined the show to discuss all the big stories coming out of Donald Trump's administration, which is, of course, his comments that he wants to reopen Alcatraz. Can that be done? What would it mean? He's also spoken to us about the fact that Trump has offered to pay illegal migrants, $1,000 to self-deport themselves. So what that means, would it even be enticing for illegal immigrants? We've also spoken to him about Mike Waltz leaving his post as National Security Advisor, whether it was a promotion, the way he says it is. And of course, a meeting between Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney and Donald Trump today, which will be in the Oval Office, and whether we're looking at another showdown between these two. So all that today on the Trump Report. You can watch us every day, Monday through Friday on Times Radio's YouTube. Former National Security Advisor and former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Glad to be with you.
So much for you and I to go through in the last week or so when it comes to your expert analysis on what's been happening in the Trump administration. But I want to start off a little bit timely and get your thoughts on Donald Trump's pretty bizarre comments. He says he wants to reopen Alcatraz, and I think no one would have expected a comment like this. His reasoning is that the US has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeated criminal offenders, and that Alcatraz represents something very strong and something very powerful when it comes to law and order. Of course, Alcatraz has been closed since 1963. But what was your reaction to these comments from your former boss, John?
Well, you know, it's as if Trump is living in a movie from the 1950s or something like that, when people were trying to break out of Alcatraz and swim across a mile and a half of the San Francisco Bay to make it to shore. It's an interesting island. It is in the middle of the San Francisco Bay. Right now, it's a big tourist attraction, so it would mean a decline in revenue for the federal government if they did it. I don't know what the logistics are or what the cost would be compared to a high-security prison somewhere else. But this is the kind of thing Trump spends his time on. This idea didn't come out of careful study or evaluation. He just woke up one morning and decided he wanted to do it. And that's how government policy is made in his second term.
and from kind of studies from when it was operating, John, as you said, it's around about 3 times the amount of money spent on operating this prison compared to a normal federal prison. And there's massive structural issues that would make sewage and water really hard for inmates to be there and to run it. It would be such a costly operation regardless. But Senator Adam Schiff, when he was responding, he made a video, basically a 5-minute video responding to why this basically cannot happen. But he said that the reason why Trump does want to open Alcatraz is basically just to appear tough. Is that your reaction to it?
Well, it's that, and as I say, he's reliving old memories about what a fearsome prison was. Alcatraz was when it functioned as a prison. But the reason it was shut down so many years ago was that it was falling apart back then. So I don't see how you could rebuild it unless you leveled pretty much everything was there now and started over. And one can only imagine what the cost would be. It's not like there's a road across San Francisco Bay. You'd have to bring everything that was needed for construction by boat. It would take time and money. I mean, maybe the island can be used for something productive, but I don't think a prison really makes sense.
In an effort to crack down on illegal immigration, John, we know that this was a massive campaign promise for the Trump administration. We know that illegal immigration has been a problem, especially under the Biden administration. You were, of course, working under Donald Trump and knew that it was an issue regardless of who was in power, but more numbers under Joe Biden. But Donald Trump's administration have now announced that they're offering $1,000 and travel assistance to any migrants who will voluntarily self-deport themselves from the United States, because the cost of arresting, detaining, and deporting someone who is illegally in the United States is around $17,000 per person, according to the DHS. So It's kind of had a little bit of backlash from human rights advocates who believe that this is cruel and it's a misleading operation. So do you think that Trump is in the right when he says this, or do you think that he could have done this in a different way?
Well, I think it's a bit of a sign of desperation. I think we should separate this illegal immigration question into two parts. Part one, how has Trump done in effectively closing the Mexican border? That is to say, stopping new illegal immigrants from coming into the United States. And I think almost everybody would agree that it's actually been very successful. He has substantially reduced the number of people trying to come across, meaning the number who are apprehended is way down. And it's a function of seeing deterrence work. If people in Central America or South America know they're not going to get in when they reach the U.S. border, they're sensible enough they're not going to leave their towns and villages to begin with. And that was the state of play at the end of Trump's first term. It was Biden who reversed that and started new waves of people packing up and coming across. And not just from this hemisphere, people from China, all over the world.
For a limited time only, shop now at Rainmore and Flanagan for pre-tariff pricing, or enjoy 72-month no-interest financing. Our warehouses are packed with inventory, with delivery in 3 days or less. Hurry in. Offer ends May 12th.
People from China, all over the world were coming across the Mexican border. That problem isn't totally solved, but it's much less of a problem than before Trump took office. Where Trump is having a lot of trouble is in the second part of what he promised, which is mass deportation of illegal immigrants already in the country. And during the campaign, they had talked about this idea of self-deportation. They downplayed the idea that they require massive roundups of illegal aliens. And they said many would self-deport on their own. That has not happened. So now they're offering this $1,000 in airfare back to wherever the people came from, I think hoping that it will get their numbers up so that they can say more illegal aliens have left the country. There's a risk if you're an illegal and you're picked up, you could be deported. But is it a risk that you're going to say $1,000 is going to persuade me to give up everything I have in the United States to go back? I personally am very skeptical this will have any impact.
And it is important to note, Ambassador Bolton, that yes, there were those incentives, those protocols that Trump had put into motion, remain in Mexico, and of course Title 42 that were quite successful at deterring migrants away. So you're absolutely right there. So it will be interesting to see if this does work, because as you said, $1,000, weighing up $1,000 over a safer life with more work in the United States, it's kind of not comparable.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's nearly enough. If they said $100,000, you'd probably get a lot of people to self-deport, but then you would bankrupt the program. So I think they're having difficulty. Those who are familiar with the circumstances of many illegals in this country predicted this, that they are, after years of living here, woven into the economy. And it's an issue that we haven't dealt with effectively. And I think if Trump's effort to deport the illegals largely fails, that may finally bring Congress to the realization that they've got to get serious and not simply act politically faced with this issue.
Especially as this is one of the big issues he was elected on. Tackling migration and the economy were probably the two big issues that Trump campaigned on, and was successful at campaigning on that. So we've had that poor economic report from last week, Ambassador Bolton, where we saw the economy slump by 0.3%, and then of course tackling immigration. So I want to get your thoughts on this economy. Donald Trump responded in a speech basically blaming Joe Biden. He said that it was a fallout from the Biden administration, a hangover from their term. Regardless, most economists have disagreed with Donald Trump on that. They've said, no, this was in response to the tariffs. You can understand that people have been less willing to spend money. They've been concerned about their stocks and vice versa. But if Donald Trump does lose public support, public trust when it comes to the economy, will that really hurt him politically? Will that be the end of him politically?
Yeah, I think an economy that doesn't show improvement would be disastrous for Trump. And his election in 2024 was relatively close. He won, there's no doubt about it, but it was not a landslide, meaning that several factors could have influenced why he won a narrow plurality of the popular vote, which doesn't count in our system, but did win the Electoral College. I think, though, overwhelmingly, people would say that a lot of voters who had turned to Biden in 2020 because they wanted a safe pair of hands rather than the chaotic Trump first term were very disappointed with Biden's economic policy. They were worried about high consumer prices, food, gasoline, other consumables, and they feared that more inflation was coming. So they remembered that the economy was in pretty good shape here right before COVID, and they gave Trump credit for it and voted for him to come back in. The tariff policy, I think, is going to have a terribly negative impact on the U.S. economy and economies around the world, unfortunately, with this trade war we're about to enter into. And we can see the danger signals already. As you say, the first quarter, the gross domestic product shrank by 0.3%. That's not a huge amount, but it reflected a lot of economic activity by people anticipating the tariffs coming into play. And when the reality begins to come out in this second quarter and then into the third quarter, then I think if I'm correct, then negative effects will be much more substantial, which then takes us into 2026 when the midterm congressional elections occur in November. Every member of the House is up for re-election. 1/3 of the members of the Senate, plus a lot of state and local elections, will be very damaging to Republicans when voters take their frustration with Trump's economic failures out on these other candidates, since Trump can't run again.
And just a final on the economy, Ambassador Bolton. If a recession does happen, some economists believe that a recession will be looming towards the latter half of this year if these tariffs continue to make a negative impact, not only in the US, but globally. So if a recession hits the US, do you think Donald Trump will be on his way out?
Well, I think he's on his way out anyway. I think the 22nd Amendment bars him from running for a third term. He can talk about it all he wants, although in an interview that was broadcast on Sunday on NBC with Kristen Welker, he came very close as he's come to saying he's not running for a third term. He actually mentioned...
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill
for a third term. He actually mentioned Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio as possible nominees to carry on his policies. And, you know, it's very, very dangerous for a politician to name the people in line behind him, because a lot of people then say, great, bring on the new people as soon as possible. So this was, I thought, a very revealing interview by Trump and indicating that he understands basically he's not going to run for a third term.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he's through gritted teeth, Ambassador Bolton, that he's pledging his allegiance to J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. They're going to have to drag him out of the White House. But I want to get more into the international space now.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is the last pillar of the core protocol. This will boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight. You get 68 nutrients. It's a very comprehensive compound that's in this. It's a powder. You take a full scoop a day, either for breakfast or for lunch, not both. Mix it with soft foods or filtered water, milk, or a smoothie, and you take it every day. Now, to take a look closely at what's in here in the powder, go to my website and take a look at the label, and it's very comprehensive. This stuff is very powerful, and you're going to notice a difference in how your body is increasing its energy levels, and you're having more vitality within 72 hours. It's an energy level that is going to be steady throughout the whole day. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're not going to have that brain fog. It targets multiple systems. It targets your cardiovascular system. It targets your brain function and also your musculature. It's going to help you build muscle. It's going to rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight. And this is something that will allow you to move on that journey to get healthy. All right? Very powerful stuff. You take it every day. Now, you get a full scooper, take a full scooper each day for breakfast or for lunch. You're going to save money because the cost of this container for 1 month's supply is cheaper than what you're spending on breakfast or for lunch for 1 month. So you're going to lose weight, you're going to save money, and you're going to get healthy at the same time. Now, you can also take the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. And the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley is a high density protein. You can't get this at a regular food store or at a grocery store. This is a high nutritious barley. All right. Now, you can take it separately or you can take it with the Boomer Boost. It works better when you take it with the Boomer Boost, but you can take them separately. Now, the heirloom barley will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. That's important for your vasculature and for your immune system, and to recover after you work out, and also soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You get a big scooper, take a full scoop or a half a scoop each day. You mix it the same way you mix the Boomer Boost, soft foods or filtered water, milk, a smoothie. Take it every day, breakfast or for lunch. All right. And I have another type, the Gladiator barley. You get all the benefits of the heirloom barley in the Gladiator barley, plus it'll help you build muscle. All right. This stacks really well with Myotrol, which Myotrol helps to do the gene expression to build muscle. The Gladiator barley and the heirloom barley is a high density protein, so it's going to be the ingredients to actually build the muscle. And if you stack this with the Boomer Boost, what will happen is that you get a synergistic effect. So you're helping with your cardiovascular health, your brain function. You're revving up your metabolism. You're losing weight. You have the steady energy level. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're bringing down inflammation. That's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. You're going to build strength, and you're soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and you're detoxifying your body. So that's the reason why that if you stack this together, Boomer Boost with the barley, Gladiator or heirloom, and you do that every day for breakfast or for lunch, you're going to see huge benefits in your health, including controlling your A1C levels. So if you want to improve your health, a great way to start is to take the Gladiator barley or heirloom barley and take it with the Boomer Boost. Now, I've lowered the price. If you purchase the Longevity Boost box, you get the Boomer Boost powder and your choice of Gladiator barley or heirloom barley. It's at a discount, and you can use discount 5 on top of that. I want to get these products in your hand because I know they work. They are something that I use every day. Now, if you want to get healthy and you want to get a healthy level for your weight, you want to control your blood glucose levels, you want to help with your cardiovascular health, you want to help with your immune system, you want to help with your brain function, Gladiator barley and heirloom barley and the Boomer Boost are great ways to do it. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get those supplements. You can buy them separately on my store, or you can buy that Longevity Boost box and you get a discount. It's up to you. Now, make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. That's my transmission for today. Thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the ones that have been listening on X Spaces. Also the ones that have been watching throughout the transmission on Rumble and YouTube. Greatly appreciate it. And just to cap off the information here, the oil market is trading at 59.25. And the equity market is trading at 5,611. So the equity market is down by about 0.7% at the moment. I'll be doing another transmission tomorrow. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.